Dansekakyo. Welcome to the 15th Annual Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre's First Nations Language Keepers Gathering. We will begin with a grand entry honor song by Buffalo River Dene Drummers.
Great song.
Good morning. My name is Warren Ice, Mr. Bear. Again, welcome. Danse, Anin Sagwa, Idlanade, Haukuna, Haukula, Haukuda. Kitatamskat no Gakyo, Nia Warren Ice, Mr. Bear, and Tasigason, Egwa Takakup, Cree Nation Otsinia. Good morning. My name is Warren Ice, Mr. Bear. Again, I greet you all in a good way. And welcome to the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre's Language Keepers Gathering. I want to welcome you to this gathering, Marcy Chok, to the Buffalo River Dene Drummers. For the honor song, Hai Hai, Nanaskuman. Central to this gathering are the ceremonies before and during the gathering, which are carried out by our elders. Living in a global pandemic has presented challenges to the Indigenous language revitalization. We always want to remember the children's remains discovered this year through our languages. Teachers find themselves using virtual and distance learning systems for their students. Given First Nations proven and emerging methodologies and experiential, interactive, and engaging means of instruction, this year was especially challenging. In 2020, in order to protect our elders within our communities, SICC opted not to hold a gathering, and this year we provide this virtual gathering. Let's jump into the agenda. I'd like to welcome Elder William Ratfoot, Plains Cree from Makwa Sagaigan First Nation, will provide the opening prayer and honor song. Thank you so much, William Ratfitt, for that opening honor song and prayers this morning. As with protocol, we like to honor those sacred ceremonies and those teachings, which is why we did not showcase that live. So again, Naskumten, Elder William Ratfitt. Bringing greetings now from the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre. We will bring on Board Chair Chief Bobby Cameron, Plains Cree.
Danse no agoma gantik, idlanate solit tana, aninsagwa denewe maganak. How kula, amatakyape, ampe tu washte. We want to say on behalf of the SICC Board of Governors, our SICC institution, president, and staff, we welcome all participants, all the people who are joining this very important First Nation Language Keepers Conference gathering. It's been an honor and a blessing to be part of this institution and all the good work of our fluent speakers who try their best to pass on the spirit of the language. The identity of First Nation people is a big component, and language is one of our big components of our traditions and protocols. We encourage each and every one of you to continue to do that every single day, to speak to your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, our native tongue right at home as often as we can every single day, because that's where we're going to learn. That is where our children and grandchildren are going to learn the language. In Cree, it's kuchitata de hiawe. Try to speak the language. So we welcome all of you. We encourage all of you. And we respect that you're going to be a part of this organization, this Language Keepers Conference. All of your ideas, your input is important. So please share with us. Because when we share with one another, when we get guidance and direction from every one of you, it's important. Because your information, your knowledge is important to all of us. On behalf of the SICC Board of Governors and our FSIN institution organization, thank you all. Eksamaga, Marsicho, Tinigi, Natakiasan.
Dinige, thank you, Chief and Board Chair Bobby Cameron. Now we will hear from Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations Vice Chief Heather Bear, Plains Cree.
Hey everyone. First of all, I would like to acknowledge our Creator today for a beautiful day when we can come together as First Nations peoples and listen to the language. It's a more beautiful day. Thank you to the Elder, William Ratfoot. Thank you for the prayer, the song. And I would just like to say on behalf of the 74 First Nations, the FSIN welcomes everyone today. Our Language Keepers Conference is one of our proud jewels that we hold as we strive to regain and reclaim our languages that have been not lost. They're there. We just have to pick it up. And, you know, my friends, throughout the past few months, we have we've had a difficult time in terms of the residential school experience as the unmarked and mass graves have been brought to light. And of course, this is a terrible reminder of the harms that were done to our people and of course the language. And I really believe it's time now for our people, our languages to rise up. Our children are working hard to get their language back. That's one of the narratives that have resonated among our people throughout our country is the loss of the language. So when I speak with my children, they make a commitment to get that language back. And they say in honor of those ones that didn't come home, you know, we need to work hard together. And like I say, I grew up with the language. I heard my grandmother, my grandfather speak their language early in the morning. And I remember listening to them, tinkering around in the kitchen, my grandfather singing his songs in the morning. And that's one of the most beautiful memories that I hold. And it was a time when we had harmony. So it is my prayer that through the language that we will regain that harmony in the home through regaining our language. Thank you to the elders. Thank you for your teachings, our knowledge keepers. We lift you up today as we listen to the speakers, and on behalf of all the participants, we thank you. And in the days ahead, we just pray for your safety. We're not out of the woods yet with COVID, so this virtual conference is something different, something new, but I'm so proud of our elders for embracing technology and being able to reach us and touch us through video virtual conferences such as this. So with that, Kichime Gwech and Naskaman, thank you. Have a great day.
Nanaskaman, Vice Chief Heather Bear, for your welcoming remarks and reminding us the importance of sharing those stories and those stories of our elders. I like when you talked about our elders embracing technology. And we sometimes, I work with a lot of elders here in Saskatchewan too, and we call them Zooming elders. So it's really nice to see that elders taking up that technology as well. So thank you so much. So now bringing greetings from the First Nations Confederacy of Cultural Education, please welcome Executive Director Claudette Commanda Algonquin Anishinaabe.
Kwe Anishinaabe, Kwe, Menogishigon Nongum, Miigwech Kibijayeg, Ondima, Nongum, Language Keeper, Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centres. I'm very honored to bring greetings on behalf of the First Nations Confederacy of Cultural Education Centres to the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centres Language Keepers. It is so refreshing, it is so encouraging, and it is so peaceful to our spirits, to our people, to our communities from coast to coast to coast, to know that Language Keepers Gathering is such a success. Each and every year you bring together those important language keepers, those frontline workers. It shows the success that you have and the commitment that you have to ensure that the languages continue to be alive for the sake of our people, for the sake of who we are as the first peoples of this land. Our sacred languages walk with us. What a beautiful, uplifting theme for your conference. Indeed, our languages are sacred. Our languages are the first voices of this land, the first expressions of our identity, our culture, and the Creator has gifted us with our languages, the first voices of this land. And I express that everywhere I go, to whom I meet, that Canada needs to know, needs to understand, and needs to acknowledge that the first languages, First Nation languages from coast to coast to coast in this country called Canada, our languages are the first. They did not come from any other place from the world. They originate here in this land called Turtle Island, the sacred gift. Our languages are the spirit of our people. Our languages walk with us as our ancestors carry us. I thank all the elders, the leaders, the frontline workers, and to you, Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre. Continue the good work that you are doing to promote, protect, revitalize your First Nation languages. And a message that we can give through this Language Keepers, that all our peoples from coast to coast to coast, all our different nations, that they hear the message that you will bring forth in the sharing of lessons and the sharing of teachings, that we work together collectively to continue the work in ensuring that our languages remain alive, to ensure that our languages are revitalized. For indeed, our children today and tomorrow, those 7 generations that will come, deserve their inherent birthright. It's what we call Anishinaabe Moin, for that is who they are and that is who we are through our languages. Nin Daki, we are the land is us, and we are the first peoples, the first voices. So Chimi Wedge, I thank you for inviting me into your territory, and I give thanks to the elders and to the singers for the beautiful, beautiful opening. Chimigwej, keep up the good work, and I know without a shadow of a doubt, your Language Keepers Conference will be another success. Chimigwej, take good care. Ayang Wamazin Nigawa Min Kizagi and Migwej.
Miigwech Dinigi Claudette Commanda for those words and reminding us the important work of the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre here in Saskatchewan. Let's now turn our attention to one of our sponsors, representing SaskCulture Chief Executive Officer, Dean Cush.
Tansi Kakio, James Ingold Nasigason, and I bring greetings on behalf of SaskCulture Incorporated. I want to begin by acknowledging the elders, organizers, knowledge keepers, educators, language learners, advocates, and supporters who have made this event possible. Sask Culture is proud to be included and to continue as a partner with SICC in supporting the First Nations Language Keepers Gathering for the 7th consecutive year. For those who are unaware, Sask Culture is a community-based, volunteer-driven, nonprofit provincial cultural organization who works with our community partners to build a culturally vibrant province. In the years before the pandemic, our Sask Culture staff always looked forward to attending this gathering in person to connect with the delegates and community leaders from the many treaty territories throughout Saskatchewan. These conversations often shifted to Sask Culture's various cultural granting opportunities. So while our staff can't be here to connect with you in person today to discuss your ideas for cultural activities locally in your area, I do encourage you, those of you who would be seeking support, to please contact our organization and make that connection. This pandemic we're living through has definitely changed how cultural activity can be offered today and into the future. These are challenging times, and it's through the effort of organizations like SICC that this important work in cultural could continue, just as we see with this virtual gathering today. I would also like to acknowledge that the support of Sask Culture is possible through the contribution of Sask Lotteries. Through an agreement with the Government of Saskatchewan, proceeds from the Sask Lotteries are dedicated to sport, culture, and recreation organizations to benefit communities throughout the province. Through these proceeds, Sask Culture is able to support events such as this. So in that vein, I encourage everyone to continue purchasing lottery tickets. Every time you buy a ticket, you have not only the chance to win big, but you're supporting the many volunteer-run sport, culture, and recreational groups, providing opportunities for people of all ages throughout the province. Once again, hi for including us on this important work, and we wish you success with the rest of this gathering. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Dean Cush and Sask Culture. You remind me to pick up a lottery ticket this evening. Might be lucky. So again, I just want to send a thank you to Sask Culture and all your efforts going to promoting culture programming in and around Saskatchewan. We'll now hear from City of Saskatoon Mayor Charlie Clark.
Tanse, niwab gumaganak, ekwai nitotemtik. I'm very happy to be joining you here today on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional territory of the Cree, Soto, Dene, Dakota, and Lakota people, and the homeland of the Métis. A big thank you to the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre and everybody who's been involved in organizing this event for persevering and putting on this very important conference this year, and choosing to do it safely to protect all communities. My thanks to all of the academics, the elders, knowledge keepers, master speakers, educators, community leaders, and students from right across Canada and the United States who are coming together in the devotion to preserve and promote and protect First Nations language and culture. We've really been on a journey of building a stronger treaty relationship and truth and reconciliation in our city for many years. And today we are benefiting so much from the leaders who have come before and have laid the foundation here in our city in Saskatoon and right across the province. And I really want to believe that as a country we are in a time of awakening, as we truly come to terms in a deeper way with the reality of the harms of residential schools and the impacts of the policies and practices that have been an attempt to erase the culture and identity of Indigenous people here for generations. But the reality is that in spite of all of those attempts and the forces of colonization, elders and knowledge keepers, teachers and master speakers have resisted and worked to keep these cultures and traditions alive. Your work is ensuring these traditions can be passed on to the next generations. And now in Saskatoon, we have Cree language schools like St. Francis, where children are growing up speaking Cree and being raised grounded in these traditions so that they can be preserved. Gatherings like this conference are so important for building that strong future for First Nations people here in this territory. But I also really believe they're important for all people in this territory, as these are the languages and traditions that are shaped by this land, and they give richness and meaning to all of our existence here. And now we're seeing more and more of the words and the names and representations of Indigenous language throughout our city. And I believe this is enriching our whole community and our whole province. The work you are doing through this conference is so important for our shared future. Ekose, Tinaki, hi hi.
Thank you. Can I ask Umitna and Charlie Clark? You see that guy? That's my boss. Oh, can your boss do that? Just kidding. Just really want to say good job, Mayor Charlie Clark, in learning how to speak Cree and Soto and all the other languages again. So that's really awesome. And again, your continued commitment to building partnerships with our Indigenous communities and our Indigenous organizations. Hi, hi. Now to bring greetings on behalf of the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre, Interim President Jesse Sylvester. Dene.
Edlarot esalot ina. Si Jesse Sylvester Hushi is a juridation hoti delesushine hesli. Treaty 10 territory hoti hasti. Kuduhu aja Yanaga Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre Agalasna. Treaty 6 territory. Si niesa no health dana ayastiga. Kanultu delesushine yatia abadahara taza. Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre. Duanzi tha yane nunuhilia lasahoti. Kulu duhu yazi nuhurit ahasa. Duhu jante dioti. Masina stanza. Dugabi nuha ashnadi. William Radford Hulyehi nuhat thea. Sehelt u shandia ya daharinta. Buffalo River dene drummers the garet a marcy ho bedanastansa. Bets in shandit ahu sit ho bechet hesgen. Marcy the garet anotsi. Agadalana ajan SICC the garets and marcy bedanastansa. Dant u lach ho nihini ahija. Lana chahant. Nu hayatia dene sunshina. Bek esoredli, nu bech anichu, hen nant nu hayatia, but adaya tire, hen na. Sen thee, but ayatihi, bagaya nori yasa, that uno helho dihi. A jangalas nahi, dionen nazen, a slotra, honena. Ya, a duraja, SICC ho answer, 49 years oha. In Shakoli, then is unshine. Honat the unisa. Sit the Kanustu, a Jani Yao, Dana and Unochani Bazi Wali, 8 the Ni Laza. Ea Siniesa Kuja in Shasti Yati, a Jan, not a desa. Ea edure beatie denesuntline in sha. Kulosa huntler no hone dilant ilinia. Ea dant u denets ini wali siddenets esnisa. Der no has no hayatie bazi. That does linet in ohatha there Theru 2020 SICC in language conference bed dihal yanisa don't anzi that danats hernia. Ea edere gayek Duhu no has no answer at Durant U dan e bazi, then a soy daily le dot that dust in a nutsera. I another nanada 2022 de Gashjana as sonnet in Dilwali, than it then a jagada light dahe. A soon in sha edura chorusing Horace in. Such any Mary Jane Cazion. Fa edur don't edenasun line bazi, kin yize, The guards and at Ubidze, et Egalana Waloha no Hayatia Baz and Danail Chue. In Hotia the guards and Wahi. Dinzenege Bagarest noch Aze Lesni. Because in Sadwekulu, Laslalu, and Uniho Ante. Sit Marcy Banessence sets any. Beatio Behonia Dali, Badanasni, Nahid Mary Jane Bacadarusiala, Behonia Banasudia. Yat Achande Yazino Headhost Nilo Sandesia. Aduhu, it's a qui, Banas new, the Dagare, then a Sunslino, and Nayatio, then a San, who tiered and Ubayat here, then I'll chew a loha. Agadalan nasa, then a town aduk Agadalanai, Sanana Danli Tarlio, Yanagots in Yathiots en, Marcy Danohanas Sensa, Dagarots en Honasi, a Duragayega, Sequidisha, Bits Eat and Barol a Duragayega, 215 Wakeham loops en, a Dibadana Liho answer, Sit E Janti Ye, Honana Nana. You're neither since the Bovel, Yanisi Thou, Holano new, no Z, no Diana, as Todanate in a Danuhilia, De Kuludani, Dano, Duhun, no Hanabini, Hila, Caesar, say, Kulusla, Ashu, Dana, Daratha, Asa. Honyaza Dali, Baba Nasni, Satani Banasni, Honyaza, Hota, Hadanohana, Sequi has leon, the Benaris Niland Ilene. Who in Sha Banasnid at Dilin Satani, Sanet Hinse, no trace, no Hesnitini. Hunt other Sha at Dilinculo, what he been a rediander. So, a little bit of English to sum it up. Danse and Ninsigua, how kuna, how kula, how kuda, et larot salotini. On behalf of the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre and the organizing staff, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2021 First Nations Language Keepers Gathering. The primary mandate of SICC is to support the language revitalization needs of First Nations. The global pandemic presented many challenges to the Indigenous languages around the world. Language revitalization movement. As we move forward, it is important to keep memory of those children in mind who have been uncovered and have surfaced. So many of those children lost their language at the residential schools, and in many cases were severely punished for speaking their language. Today, many of us are still working on preserving and revitalizing the language, and we are getting stronger and taking pride in who we are as Indigenous peoples. By revitalizing our languages, we are maintaining faith with these lost children. Our sincere hope is to return to a normal in-person event next year, and we are looking forward to once again seeing our friends, colleagues, and relations. It is our intent to contribute to language revitalization by hosting this event. In closing, I wish everyone enjoyment and fulfillment in this learning experience and the best in the coming year. Salot ine, marsi cho, sinin chu, hi, tinigi, nanaskumon. Nanaskumon, hi.
Hi, Nanaskuman Masicho Jesse Sylvester, bringing greetings on behalf of the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre. Again, welcome. Thank you to all our sponsors, all our dignitaries. And I know you're all out there in Facebook land or Zoom, so let's just give everybody a big round of applause, just to see if you're awake out there. Come on, give everyone a round of applause. Thank you. Awesome. Again, this conference wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. Again, I just want to quickly do a shout out to them. Thank you to our sponsors for the 2021 First Nations Language Keepers Gathering, Sask Culture, Sask Lotteries, MBC Radio, and the City of Saskatoon. We thank you for your generous generous contributions to the 15th annual gathering. We at SICC send warm thanks and appreciation with all your support. We offer this beautiful virtual gathering. So thank you all very much. So that brings us to the start of our conference here. We're going to welcome, excuse me, our first keynote address. Our first presenter is Dr. Herman Michel, Woodland Cree. He'll be talking about land-based education and First Nations languages. Dr. Herman Michel is Woodland Cree, originally from Treaty 10 territory in northern Manitoba, the Barren Lands First Nations. He has been involved in education since the early 1990s, with the focus on integration of Indigenous ways of knowing at all levels of education system. He is a university educator, researcher, consultant, and author of numerous books and articles that focus on Indigenous knowledge and land-based education. Dr. Michel is currently a consultant for the Prince Edward Grand Council. Land-based education is not a trend. It is a lifelong giving force critical to the survival of the Cree peoples. Cree culture, worldview, language, ways of knowing, stories, ceremonies, values, beliefs, practices are rooted in the land. The land is considered a teacher and healer. Collaboration and administrative support are required to create a rich learning environment so that youth are exposed to cultural, historical, spiritual, and place-based stories while making links with elders, community resource people, traditional land users, knowledge keepers, and local historians. Please welcome Dr. Herman Michel.
It's a privilege to be with you today. The theme of this year's conference is Our Sacred Languages Walk With Us. It's a powerful theme. I want to acknowledge the elders who open up this conference in a prayer on a daily basis. This is our way of life. Indigenous languages are sacred to Indigenous peoples around the world. Many thanks to all of our language teachers across the country. Elders say we must return to the source of our existence in order to reclaim our languages. It's a great honor to be standing on the unsurrendered and unceded territory of Treaty 4, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. I bring greetings from the Prince Edward Grand Council, where I presently work as a consultant. The Grand Council advocates on behalf of 12 First Nations with approximately 44,000 people. I want to thank the Saskatchewan Indian Cultural Centre and the conference organizers for planning and hosting this event and for inviting me to say a few words. First Nations languages in Canada are extremely important for the survival of our cultures in the aftermath of residential schools. The purpose of this conference is to share best practices. It allows us to engage in deep thought. It allows us to have conversations about the importance of languages in our communities. Language teachers across Canada are doing groundbreaking work that is sometimes not showcased. Conferences like this allows us to come together to walk with our languages. According to research, language education and fluency has been found to result in improved education outcomes. Improved education outcomes are essential to closing the gap for First Nations of all ages. We want our children to have careers and to become self-sufficient. Entrenching languages in legislation and policy will result in improved education, employment, health outcomes, and the overall well-being of First Nations people and other Indigenous peoples around the world. Restoring fluency in the active use of First Nations languages is vital to cultural continuity and a fundamental part of self-determination. In this conference, You will hear what schools and communities are doing on languages. The focus of my keynote presentation today is on land-based education and First Nations languages. I grew up in northern Saskatchewan, on the eastern shores of Reindeer Lake. I come from a long line of land-based peoples. We are the Cree and the Denise people who occupy the boreal forest and freshwater lakes. Our way of life revolves around hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering. Land-based education is not a trend for us. It's a life-giving force necessary for the survival of our cultures and our languages. One of the things we share with other Indigenous peoples around the world is our strong relationship with the land. Out of this relationship with the land, we developed a shared worldview, which frames how we see the world and our place in it. The land is sacred to us. Spirit filters through every aspect of the natural world. Elders say, we are the land, and the land is a part of us. The land gives birth to our languages. Some say the language is the glue that holds the culture together. We carry our culture and languages wherever we go in life. Our sacred languages walk with us. The theme of this conference sends a message that our cultural ways of life are inseparable from our languages. Prior to colonization, First Nations cultures and languages flourished throughout the country. Today, there are only 7 Indigenous languages across 12 language groups currently spoken in Canada. Many of our cultures have vanished. In Canada's 2016 census of the population, only 20% of First Nations people could converse in an Indigenous language. An estimated 260,550 people were speaking their Indigenous language. It is essential that drastic actions are taken to offset the erosion and loss of First Nations languages. The Prince Albert Grand Council chiefs want to ensure First Nations languages reach a state of vitality where they are widely spoken in the home, in the schools, in the communities, in government offices, and places of work. It is important that the natural transmission of language from elders and adults to children and youth is restored, and languages have returned to a state of normalization and balance. Language immersion through land-based education is essential. The natural world has rich language anchors. The lands and the lakes and the rivers allow us to retain our languages. Our land-based education curriculum revolves around 6 seasons. We have the 4 seasons, plus fall freeze-up and spring thaw. We did certain things at certain times of the year. We spoke our languages during these day-to-day activities. Land-based education, unit plans, lessons, and activities revolve around mental, spiritual, emotional, and physical development. It is about focusing on whole child development with links to family and community connectedness. Students learn what they are supposed to be learning. Teachers still have to focus on provincial curriculum outcomes. I have been a university educator and researcher since the 1990s. My socialization experiences as a child growing up on the land are ingrained in my psyche and blood memory, which guide the way I write, which guide the way I think, which guide the way I behave, which guide the way I relate to my family and my community and my nation, the natural world. Like so many First Nation children in Canada, I was taken away from all of this at the age of 5 years old, and I was sent to residential school. These institutions existed for over 150 years. Many children suffered horrific abuses. One of the major impacts was a massive loss of cultures and languages. It is important for teachers and other professionals who work with my people to actively learn and understand this history from a First Nations lens. Elders say we must go back to the land. We must return back to the teachings. We must embrace our languages, which are rooted in the lands that we occupy. We must return to our stories in order to regain balance. The grand narrative of colonization was about separating First Nations peoples from their lands. Children were placed in institutions. They were separated from their traditional knowledge keepers. They were not allowed to speak their own languages. The goal was to make them into the likeness of European settlers. Our worldview became disconnected in residential schools. Survivors talk about profound confusion when they came out of these schools. Loss of languages occurred because of disconnection from the land and not being able to hear the words spoken. Indigenous knowledge systems were silenced. Cree and Dene people have always had their own knowledge systems, which are best understood from Cree and Dene ontologies. We have our own epistemologies, we have our own methodologies, we have our own pedagogies. Teachers today use a blend of teaching practices which enrich the learning experiences of students. I have had many teachers in my life. It is those who demonstrate a strong passion for land-based education that have left a footprint in my life. We need to teach our young people to embrace the land as if it was our oldest relative. Elders say the earth is our mother who gives birth and nurtures our spirit. We all come into this world for a reason. We are all gifted in different ways. When we genuinely care for our students, they can move mountains. More importantly, this is how we instill hope and a sense of belonging, which are the fundamental building blocks for learning. Women are the first teachers of the natural world. All humans hear the sound of the drum for 9 months before we enter this world. This rhythm is the rhythm of the land that we carry with us for the rest of our lives. We spend the first 5 years of with our mothers who teach us our languages and our values. We are taught very early in life to observe the world around us, where we begin to see how everything is connected. The overall goal of land-based education is mending our worldview, which can only be done on the land. Teachings from the land includes learning about spiritual laws and natural laws. Our Cree worldview frames our Cree epistemology. Epistemology is about how we perceive knowledge. Knowledge can be accessed not only from humans, but also from the land, the animals, the plants, and other entities, as well as from the spiritual realm. The concept of community extends to the natural world, where there are many teachers. Elders say the animals and birds have their own languages. Cree methodologies are ways in which we pass on knowledge. We have many methodologies emerging from the work of Indigenous teachers. Whether it is direct instruction or helping children build on their existing knowledge base, or teaching them how to question the world around them. Teachers are exploring ways in which they can reach students who all have their own ways of learning. Storytelling and stories are one of the main ways of passing on knowledge. Traditional stories of origin are different in each culture. Historically, our stories were considered legends and tales that have no utility in the present. They were taken at face value. I challenge educators today to think deeper and explore the underlying teachings and philosophies hidden within our Cree stories. We need to journey into the darkness of our being in search of the medicinal flame of stories that need to be ignited and brought out through reflection and sharing. Cree pedagogical story work helps students develop a connection to their cultural identity and a sense of belonging. Traditional stories reinforce Indigenous worldviews and the way that we think about who we are and our place in the natural world. Community involvement is central to language learning. First Nations resource people are important. In traditional times, it was our extended family members that were the teachers and the mentors. Connect them with elders, connect them with our traditional land users and other community resource people. Curriculum relevance is key in language learning. Connect students with real-life issues and useful knowledge and skills. These include survival skills, Indigenous astronomy, weather predictions, climate change, renewable energy, traditional ecological knowledge, Indigenous land stewardship, traditional foods, plants, and medicines. Allow students to develop their own critical questions. Let the land be the teacher and the healer. Have them share and apply what they have learned, using different methods, mediums, including the use of technology. Sustainable ways of thinking and being are part of land-based education and languages learning. In Cree culture, we take only what we need from the land and leave the rest. We teach students the ethic of reciprocity. We teach them to respect animals and the plants and other entities in the natural world. Storytelling, demonstrations, and modeling are good ways to teach the ethic of conservation in hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering. Elders can be invited to share examples. There are traditional stories that have yet to emerge. Students learn about Pastawin. In Cree, we say, "Ipiwinamat manitu udasuiwina," breaking Creator's laws. We teach students the concept of balance in the natural world. On June 21st, 2019, the Indigenous Languages Act received royal assent in Canada. The purpose of the Act is to support the reclamation, revitalization, maintaining, and strengthening of Indigenous languages. In Section 6 of the Indigenous Languages Act, the legislation affirms that language rights are rights of Indigenous peoples, as recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act of 1982. The Act recognizes and reaffirms Indigenous language rights as inherent and constitutional rights in Section 35. In Canada, constitutional rights are enforceable. The Constitution Act of 1982, Section 35, overrides federal and provincial laws in the event of conflict. The purpose of the Indigenous Language Act is to enable the exercise of Indigenous language rights by creating legal assurance for adequate, sustainable, and long-term funding and support for Indigenous-led initiatives to reclaim, to revitalize, to maintain, and strengthen our Indigenous languages. First Nations communities will take a lead role in developing programs that will result in a critical mass of fluent speakers in all languages. Enjoy the conference. Take what you need and use it in your own practice. Take the time to make connections. Take the time to network with one another. Take the time to visit and learn from one another. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to my presentation.
Hi. Kita tamihin, Dr. Michel, for your inspiring words, the work that you're doing in land-based education, just the ability to intertwine both worlds of Indigenous ways of knowing, land-based education, and infusing that into curriculum within our schools is really, really remarkable, and an amazing work you're doing with the Prince Edward Grand Council and all the communities under that. So I really like what you said too about the going back to balance and ensuring that we share these stories with our young ones, and that's where it starts in the home, and that our first teachers are our mothers, Nigawi, and that the first drum we hear is our mother's drum, and that we have to go back to mending those worldviews and connection to natural laws. So I could sit here and listen to you all day, but fortunately we only have a little bit amount of time. Thank you so much, Dinigik and Askomten, Dr. Michel. Again, if you guys are listening, let's give them another round of applause out there in Zoomland. Thank you so much. Thank you. So that brings us to a really exciting part of the day here. We're going to do a draw for an iPad. So if you guys are just waking up out there, we're going to do a draw for an iPad here. So you're going to see something pop up on your window, right, on the bottom of your screens. If you are the 13th person to email us with your name, I guess, right, name, address, and so open up your emails, go to info@sicc.sk.ca. If you're the 13th person, you're going to win a real deadly iPad, I guess. So get your emails ready there. Again, go to info@sicc.sk.ca and enter into a prize for an iPad. So will we announce those winners later on in the day? Hopefully, yeah. Stay tuned. You might be a winner. Winner, chicken dinner. So, what time is it now? We are, sorry, that's my water. Technical difficulties here. Goes my water. Just fell off the stage. So, we're going to go right into our next panel discussion, and it's the ever popular elders panel. Just ever popular, these ones. So, we are going to have elders Jean Oakes, Heartland Goodtrack, Wayne Goodwill, Pete Bigstone, Stella Ketchimonia, Gilbert Benjamin, Bertha Mackay, and Florence Highway. And the title of this is Our Sacred Languages Walk With Us. So thank you for bearing with me here. It's like, again, my Cree and English is I'm still learning. Here. So again, bear with me. So the abstract of this session, we're really excited for you to join us again. The abstract here is, in the traditional First Nations way of life, our languages are part of our kinship, which we call in Cree language Wakutuan. As such, they have a spirit. The elders will elaborate on their lifelong understanding of how our languages have spirits, as well as other information about languages they wish to share with us. Please note that some of these recordings have had to be edited just for the sake of time. So again, welcome our next presenters, Elder Wayne Goodwill, Pete Bigstone, Stella Ketchimonia, Gilbert Benjamin, Bertha Mackay, and Elder Florence Highway. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nidoma Florence Highway in Sebigasun. Paigostiranigote. Igoti tagyopigian esko gigamtat isupudyan. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Florence Highway, and I'm from Pelican Arrows, which is part of the Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation of northern Saskatchewan. I grew up on the land with my parents, in their trap line, in their fishing camps, and grannies were always, either one of them was always around. She never said very much, but when we were with her, she'd do things like make tea or go pick mint or make the fish or whatever it was that was caught that day. And she didn't instruct us. She always said, you know, you got eyes, you got ears, and you got a mouth. And remember, what's here is what's given today for our use. You never overfish. You never kill anything for nothing. You have to use it. You got to respect it. So as children growing up, we'd watch her do all this stuff. And then a day or two later, she would say, come here. And then we'd sit around her. And then she'd give us a knife and she would say, okay, what did I show you a couple of days ago? So we would do that. We learned from our mistakes. You know, it took us a while, and it was always something, whether it was a duck or the fish. It took us a while, but we eventually did learn. And that was the thing about Granny. She was so respectful of everything. The land, the water, the birds. And I got to share a little funny story with you. When my brother and my cousin, they went along the shore and they killed these little blackbirds, and they were so proud of themselves, and they used a slingshot. And they were so proud of themselves, they come and put them in front of Granny, and she was sitting around the fire. And she just kind of looked at the birds and looked at them. They must have been about maybe 6 or 7. And she looked at the birds. She looked at the boys, the little boys who were so proud. And finally she said, what are you going to do with these birds? And she said, oh, we're not sure. I don't know. Both of them had said that. So Granny looked at them and says, you, Gordon, you go get the water. You, Richard, you go get the wood. So they kind of looked at each other, kind of puzzled. And so away they went, and Granny started to pluck those little birds. And they were quite tiny when she was done. And she put the frying pan on the fire, and she said, come and sit here, come and sit with me. And she cut them in half and kind of sectioned them. And I said, okay, sit around. We didn't ask questions. She just kept doing this. And now she said, when she was done, she said, now bring your plates. So they took their plates and gave them to Granny. And they're still not saying anything. They're just looking at each other. And Granny said, now you eat them. So my brother, of course, being the clown he was, picked up the little drumstick. It was very tiny. So he started chewing on it. And I kept glancing at Granny and at Gordon. We ate. And Granny said, now put the bones to the fire. And she said to them, she said, I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something by doing this. It's not very kind to animals. Even little animals have feelings. It's not kind to kill anything that you're not going to put to use. And they sort of thought of this and thought of it. And a few years ago, coming 5 years ago, I lost my brother. And I always relate that story. You know, he relates it to me. He says, starts laughing. He said, yeah, I learned that all the birds, the fish, everybody has feelings. They're alive. They're on the land like we are. And it's very unkind to kill anything for nothing. If you're not going to use it, don't kill it. So that was a lesson learned, and you never forgot that. I don't know about Gordon because I I left Pelican when I was 9 to go to the residential school. So I missed a lot of that part in my life. But I did grow up speaking Cree because everybody spoke Cree. My friends, my family, my grandmother especially, she always said to me, be proud of who you are. You're a young First Nations woman, and you should always be proud. And never forget that when you grew up, the first thing you learned was how to speak Cree. That was instilled in you. And even though they took that part away when I was growing up at the res school, I never forgot that. And I never forgot Granny's teachings to be proud, because I didn't like myself very much growing up because of what I was told. But Granny's words kept coming back, and be proud of who you are, and never forget that your language is you. You have that spirit to speak that language, and be proud of it. Be proud of who you are, because you have a beautiful spirit. She was the only one, and my parents always, you're so beautiful. But to look at somebody, it's not beautiful. Beautiful is what's inside. That spirit, to be proud of who you are. So those were the lessons learned, and I never forgot them. And working with people that are very vulnerable in the city, I always try and teach them to love themselves back, to love themselves for who they are, no matter who they are. So it's kind of difficult sometimes when you talk to them. They don't like themselves. And the sorrow and the heartache and everything else that was taken away is all the abuse, the physical, the mental, the sexual, everything else. They put that away and they keep drowning it so they don't have to deal with it. So sometimes it's hard, but I have my heart on it because I am a social worker, but retired, and I enjoy what I'm doing, and I hope that I help them along the way, that they are who they are, whether they're men, women, children, that they should be proud of where they came from and honor the grandparents, the ancestors that have gone, and to carry that with them. And one day I hope that they become healthy and walk proudly on the road that we all have. So with that, I want to thank everybody, and I hope that I have reached someone. Respect the land, respect the water, respect everything that's around you, because that gives us life. Iko se kinanas komit na wagagido, tinigay humita ka pinto mita pixquan. Hi.
Mekomi Pinesi Quendis Nikas. My name is Stella Ketchimonia. Like I said, Ketchimonia, I was married into the name Ketchimonia. It really means big white man or great white man. So, but I don't know. I never came across one throughout my whole marriage in the family. And I have 7 daughters, most of them. The oldest one is not teaching. She makes the star quilts and ribbon skirts and the handbags and stuff like that. She does the sewing. Her name is Eunice Ketchimonia. And the others are teaching. The youngest one is not teaching again. And my son, Ugima Khan, he's the chief right now. He just got in just not too long ago. Lee Anthony Ketchimonia. And he's learning the language. And he's coming along really well and quite good. And he's the only son I have. The rest are all daughters. And they do not have English in the cultures, like in whatever they're doing. They do not have. We came to an incident and I thought to myself, I don't want to change anything. They've done this hundreds of years where they spoke only the language in the lodge. But how is that person going to learn? He's got to get out of the lodge and start learning it out there on the ground, I suppose. Like Ted, Senator Ted did. He started learning, and now he's just right involved in it. If he can do it, so can others that are struggling to learn. Like the people that sit in there, the young people or the non-speakers, they have no clue. And the ones that are sitting outside, the women, they have no clue as to what this person is saying. And they want to learn they want to understand that person. But Ted did, Senator Ted did. He was in that position once. So I suppose it has to start from the bottom, go up slowly. And there are some already doing that. That's exactly what they're doing. The sun dance, the same thing. Council dance, the same thing. These sun dance and rain dance that they're saying, there is no Nipaguesimo when that's a sun dance or the rain dance. There is nothing there about rain or sun. And council dance, the same thing. There is no council dance. If I said, and that's exactly what the words are really. It describes exactly what we call the sun dance and the rain dance, Nipaguesimo. As I was told by one, maybe there are certain things you can't write down. Maybe they're not meant to be written down. Somebody much older than me. So I just have to remember them because there are certain words that I don't know. And so I just have not written those words that they don't want them to be on paper. So does it come there as alive, or they're sacred, definitely. Not all words, but some. I've taught a lot of people that know the language now because they were speaking it from nothing before. And I used Nimasinaiganes, that's one of the books I authored, and he followed that very closely. That's Senator Ted Cruz's, and now he speaks at lodges, whatever ceremonial lodges we have. And I have to say he's really quite good. I was really amazed at how well he speaks now. And I keep telling them, our language, the Soto language, is very descriptive, especially because we had to learn a lot of things that we didn't have before. For instance, a house. We didn't have a house. But in English, do you know what a house is if you didn't know what a house was? No, because it doesn't describe really anything. But when you say a house in the language of ours, it does describe, it kind of picture what it is. Wakaigan, like it kind of describes exactly what it is. And the same thing with window. Like window, what does that mean in English? It really doesn't tell you anything, does it? But when you say Wasenigan in our language, it describes the language very clearly. Wasea, it's shiny. Wasenigan. And of course, anything you say in Wasenigan, the ending of it, the suffix part of the noun, it always tells you that it's not real, but it's there, of course. So that's the best way and I've taught a lot of people, and I feel like I cheated my children, my grandchildren. They do not speak. Two are learning it now, and they're very close to learning the language now. But I was not always, like I was young at one time. I was not always this as old as I am now. So they did not know, like life went on. Before you know it, these little ones that my children, they're adults now and they're having children and they don't know how to speak the language. That was such a terrible thing I did to my children, an injustice to my children because they did not know how to speak, because they don't know how to speak. Even though now that I didn't live on a reserve either. So now that I'm with them, most of the time, the older ones, they're catching on a lot of the language. And I always tell them, you're not going to learn it just from reading. You're not going to learn it from just listening or saying, I hear, I know, I understand what you're saying. It has to come from your own mouth. Otherwise, you're not going to know the language. And that's what Ted did. It came from his mouth. He didn't just read it. I had a CD and a cassette with Immersion, that's my little book. And he listened to the CD. He travels a lot driving around. So he listened to the CD and it goes with the book. Right now, I'm trying to find out how I could do an app because he asked me if I could do an app on that book. Oh, I hope I don't have much time. I don't have much time to do all this work that I should have done long ago. And I didn't start learning how to read or write the language either. I was in a classroom and then an elderly lady came to me and she was doing the language. Her name was Jean Kishane. And she said, you know what? She said, you're in the wrong place. This is not what you should be doing. And I wondered what she meant by that. And I said, of course, we were speaking the language and she spoke good. And I think I speak quite well. And I asked her, why do you say that? And she said, we have a lot of teachers that teach now. She said, they all have the language. They have the Soto language, she said, but they're not speaking it, she said. But they're teachers. But you can speak, she said. You're a good speaker. They don't speak at all, she said. So maybe you should think of doing what I'm doing. She said she was going to retire soon, and I should follow her. I said, those words are like this. I said, how am I going to ever learn how to do that in just a short time? She said, you will learn. She said, just. So then I tried very hard to get into a class that had the Soto language. And they said, no, we don't teach, because I was teaching throughout the year. And she said, no, we don't teach languages in the summertime or on holidays, she said. I said, there's got to be a way to do this. I said, I was really struggling now, and I was trying to fight my way into getting a class in the summertime. And she said, well, ask this lady. She said, Margaret is her name. Margaret, she's deceased now. And I said, I'll call her. I said, I know who she is. I said, I'll call her and see what she can do. And she said, if you really want to learn the language, she said, I'll teach the language for you for the summer holidays, a summer class, because you don't have to have the other classes because you've been in a classroom for so long. All you have to know is learn how to read the language and how it's written. So that's what I did, and that's how I learned. So then I thought, now to find out who is going to hire me to teach now, I thought the language. I got out of the classroom and started looking for a job as a Soto teacher. And that's how I started writing. Right away, I started authoring some books so that I could write the language, because I didn't know, I was illiterate. I didn't even know how. They brought me this great big brand new outfit of typewriter and everything else, printer to go with it. I sat there and looked at it. I'm not only going to learn how to read and write, I thought, I have to learn how to use this outfit. This is at the university now. That's where I was hired. And that's how I started. Now computer starts. I didn't even know how to turn on a computer. Then I started writing. I learned. It didn't take long to learn, but that's one of the struggles I had. That's it.
How we talk be Hello, my friends. My name is Wayne Goodwill. I'm from the Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation in Fort Capel. I'm glad to be here today to explain a few things. I guess we'll be talking about our Dakota language. I was always mentioning too, I go to different areas. We have a Ocheti Shakoi, means 7 dialects. There's a Sioux, and we're the SICC. Standing Buffalo, Chief Standing Buffalo was a SICC Sioux. And so we classify our reserve as SICC. It's under the Santee Nation. Under the Santee Nations, there's 4. There's Wapayton, Miniwakatron, Wachbekute, and SICC. Those are the 4 Dakota dialects. Then we have 2 Nakota, are the Hangtrois and the Hangtroins. Those are the Nakota languages. And then we have the Teton, the Tetron, we call them. They're the far west people, and they have 7 dialects too. So happens, my grandmother, Mary Thompson, was from Wood Mountain, Saskatchewan, and they're Lakota people. And my mother was from Wood Mountain, and she's a Lakota people too. So I'm probably half and half, half Lakota and half Dakota. But overall, in Standing Buffalo, we were a small reserve of only about 200 people when they first registered. People on the reserve was even less than 100. And one of the things was the chief was a hereditary chief. Old Chief Standing Buffalo was one of the first ones who bring us in the country here. And he passed away at a battle against the Nez Perce and some Assiniboines at Bear Paw Mountains in 1868. And then after that, Little Standing Buffalo, they call him, took over, and along with Chief Whitecap, they got a reserve for us in Fort Capel. Chief Whitecap didn't want to live there, so he moved up here to Saskatoon and got a reserve up by Moosewoods, or else they call it Whitecap Reserve today. But if they ask me that, I'll explain to them, yes, it's still living. We have a lot of dictionaries in Standing Buffalo, in our language, I mean. They were created back in the 1700s from the Jesuits and other elders. They put dictionaries together. But in the last 20 years, I'll say, maybe 25, they were trying to bring back the Lakota language in the classroom. The ceremony leaders and all the prayers are in Dakota.
And why is it so?
I don't think they should be using English in any ceremonies. But I hear they're questioning people at sweats in English. You know, why are you here? You know, they talk. They should ask him. And I honestly heard a man doing a pipe ceremony. He's a Soto, and he's praying in Sioux. He prayed in Sioux, and I listening, and I was sitting there, and you know, he's praying out loud, and he knew all the words and to the Great Spirit, and you know, and all that, the directions, and he did them all in Sioux, you know, and I found it. And then I later found out that they were getting education from a medicine man. I don't know if he's a medicine man, but he was a Sundance leader, you know. Nowadays, they say there's medicine men around. They have medicines to give you, like roots and all that. And there's some spiritual healers, and they pray and with you and all that, and they smudge and all that. That's spiritual. And then there's these real, in Sioux they call them, not wakan, wapia, wichasha, they said. They have this gift to fix people, with their tradition. They went through all the spirituality, and they claim they have this way of healing people. Yeah, I'm doing Lakota language in Fort Capel, and right now, as I say, less and less people are using our language. And even myself, my wife is Cree, so I'm kind of teaching her how to talk it. And I myself took a long time to, I was remembering all my language all along, ever since I was a kid. But I hardly used it because at 6 years old, I went to Lebret. And I come out 5 years later, and I missed school for 1 whole year, and I learned to live with my grandpa, and I have 2 languages, Lakota and Dakota. When we were at council, we encouraged to have the language, but we weren't there to know what they're teaching. Just my cousin was my wife said my cousin was the best teacher they had there. He made all these little kids talk even when they're eating. He'll tell them what they're eating, all the different foods. So that's how they learn to talk. And right now there's classes, and my youngest sister is 60, and she's learning to remember her language. And if we don't have it, it's going to be lost. And that's what's happening. But when I go to certain areas, like up north or the mountains, they keep their language. In Sioux Valley, the older people. But all these young guys, they don't use it anymore. But when I was young, even little kids ran up to the storefront there and, Shakoya said, she said she went to grab a 7-Up and gave him. That's what he said. I want a 7-Up. And my dad now was just smiling, and my dad said, boy, that's cute. He said, those little guys just talking, just rattling it off, he said, in their language yet. And the grandmas are trying to teach them just word for word. My little grandson, my son's teaching him, like that, like come. Hey, Chushni, don't do that, in a few words. So he understands. And he came to me and he wanted to show me something. He grabbed me here. He said, you. He was telling me in Sioux. So those are cute words, but it's going to be long and hard to continue to teach like that. Like the Eskimos are lucky. They keep their language up there. But soon as we're urban and everything is mixed here, we're all mixed cultures. We're doing some Dakota language earlier on this spring, and some of the ideas of it was we gotta retain our language in order to be continue on to be a governing body. And we want to teach our children that we had a language. It's not our second language, it was our first language. And a lot of our Dakota words are hard to explain in English. In prayers.
Oh, my name is Harlan Goodtrack, and this is my wife, Evelyn. Yatechila emachia bina. We mitchak. We mitchak.
My name is Kimama Mi Wee, which is Butterfly Woman in Dakota. And I was given by my grandparents. And I'm Evelyn Good Track from Standing Buffalo. And this is my husband, Heartland.
Okay, my name is Heartland Goodtrack. I'm from Wood Mountain, Lakota First Nation. And I think there's about 300 members there who are scattered all over the 4 provinces in Canada. That's Ontario, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan, Alberta, and BC. I think there's only one that could speak Lakota. And I don't know if the rest of them, I haven't met a lot of them. I don't think they could speak Lakota anymore. Yeah, there's only one Lakota nation in Canada. Of course, there's Nakota and Dakota. That language is almost the same. But there's only one reservation that's supposed to be a Lakota nation, which is Wood Mountain, but they're scattered all over Canada and the United States.
Just a few days ago, we talked about how were we going to save the Lakota ceremonies, and because my husband is a pipe carrier, I and my son-in-law, we sat down and said, well, we have the teepee outside right now, and why can't we start bringing in our young boys, and that he and Grandpa would teach them the proper way how to do the chanupa, because it's very important at this stage. And while Grandpa's here, he knows how to fill it and how to pray with it, which our boys have to learn. And our boys are about 14 to 25 right now, and some of them are idle, and this keeps them strong in their thinking, because they can also go on a bad road if they don't have this. We talked about it, that kind of saves them, that they have to have respect for themselves to hold this chanupa. And maybe in time we won't have all these problems. And that we were hoping that'll give them the strength to move ahead. You know, just even holding the chanupa and someone teaching them the songs, and this is what they need to know. And they're willing to know, and because even at the school now, they're talking about land-based training, and they pick up things because they were involved in these teachings, and they said, no, Grandma, he did it this way, and is that the right way? And I told him, well, grandchild, everybody's got their own ways. We have to respect them, and whatever they're going to teach you, you have to respect that. So I think it's a good thinking right now, and a good thought. Hopefully we could do it quick before the snow flies.
I think it's a good thing for the young generation to learn, because they're in, most of the young generation today, seem to be in trouble with drugs and alcohol. We're going to do something to prevent them from using this drug. Because it seems like once you get into it, you can never get out. And it's an awful thing that's coming in. You have to do something. Yes, it does give me hope, yeah. You got to do something, whatever it takes. If it don't work, well, it don't work. And if it works, it'll be a good thing. Well, if you are Lakota, or Cree, or Soto, whatever, you should learn to speak your language. Wood Mountain, they all speak Lakota one time. But as the young people grew up, it seemed like they're using English and forget about the Lakota language. I remember a friend of mine I used to go play with and go in their house, and the parents will speak to them in Lakota, but they answer back in English. And they're not, this young boy wasn't speaking Lakota anymore. He understands real good because his mother was speaking and dad was speaking Lakota. But he'd answer back in English. Well, that's why I was learning English and catching words, how to speak English. I don't know which is a bad. But we should all speak we should all speak Lakota or Cree or Soto, whatever. Learn one language is not the best thing. You should learn your own language, whatever your language you're brought up on. But I think it's kind of going away. You're losing the battle there.
I think the language is really important to us. And like for myself, my family, we lost a lot of the Dakota language whenever our family passed away. We lost that when our grandmothers passed away. And that's what Grandma used to always speak was Dakota. Everything was Dakota. And it was so nice to be around her, and like I said, residential, we went to school, we come back and Grandma's gone, and my dad and them all spoke it, and and we just never learned it because I'm not blaming LeBrad, but it just wasn't there when we came home for anybody to help us continue, because our aunts passed away and our family members that used to speak it. And that was the thing. They all spoke it when we were small, because they were our family. And we had a great grandpa who always spoke Sioux. This is what my aunties used to tell me. They all lived together and on a farm and helping one another and everything. My uncle was saying, we hardly talk Sioux. He said, we all spoke Lakota and just laugh and talk and welcome our families, the relations that come to visit. He said, and the one thing he said, we had to sit down quiet and listen. We never ran around. He said, that was respect. You had to learn and sit there and listen to the elders, he said. And nowadays, he said, the kids, you can't teach them anything. They want to run away or play under laptops or, But I know they are teaching them in the schools. Because the other day, me and my granddaughter were at home and she didn't have school. And she said, Grandma, And I said, yes. And she said, how do you say this word? And I said, what do you want to know? And she says, I want to know how to say this, I don't know, count or something. And I said, well, we're going to have to look in a book. I told her, we have this little Dakota book. And I said, we're going to have to look to see if we're pronouncing it right. And she says, the teacher says I'm learning. Well, that's good, I told her, because, you know, you're young. And I said, you know, Grandpa speaks Lakota and we're Dakotas over here, but they almost sound alike. I said, you know, and I'm very happy you're learning. I said, you know, and don't be afraid to learn. Because with this land-based training too, they learn how to scrape the buffalo robes and, you know, and we never ever learned that. Like, and for them to do that, I think it's very nice. And I think hopefully we can, you know, it can come back before we leave, our elders leave us, you know, and even just Grandpa, she'll ask him little words and he'll, well, this is how we say it, you know, and so they are interested, and we're hoping that, like even in praying, I said, I said, you learned our ways in sun dancing, and I said everything was, you know, with the 4 directions, and you have to know that. I said, and she says, oh yes, Grandma, you know, I miss that, she said, because that's already 2 years we never did anything with the praying there, but they remember. So hopefully this will trigger something, and they'll learn and want to learn our culture. Because I think it's a very good thing to do. Like even right now, they talk about picking sage, sweetgrass. And it's a start for, you know, them to learn. Because we know what's it for. And I tell them, you know, it's for colds, and this chiaka is for, you make tea with it, and you can drink it in the evening, you can have tea with me, you know. That's our evening. I said, you know, and I'll teach you how to do that. And so I think, you know, just teaching them a little bit like that, but we know sharing is important.
Maya chabi kile pila maya pi, le takuchona na eya maya kia pile na ka lena taya yumak pi cha pila maya pi.
Thank you for having us today. Mitaki Owasi.
Marcy Zelot in a Dunzinege Janohani Yahe. Marcy sent to the organizers Aboriginal Healing Conference here in Saskatchewan. Marcy Denagodaro, Denagodo, Ansnedo, Litan Denenohani Delsi. Marcy sent the production crew to the Asinopai, Efani Lehe. Dunzinege Noharoaske. Naratilia Zetien Horel Chua Hulieha Nohalot in a residential school 9 day Sakuliba Quinning Daily Eha. I want to start off with a moment of silence. If I can ask the audience to all rise up and have a moment of silence for our children that never made it home from the residential school. We lost 19 boys at our residential school in early 1900s, the ages of 7 to 12-year-old boys that perished in a fire. Till today, it's still a mystery of what happened at the residential school with this horrible incident. So I'd like to thank the audience for the moment of silence. Marcicho. Today, I want to speak a little bit in Dene and mostly in English. Salot in Marcino Hanesans in Dunzineke to the Aboriginal Healing Conference, John Saskatchewan Nono Ahe. Tanigayat hi hade denayat hie, tant u natsara nahilia liha, Eze anenuch alanir inatsara hilyeha. Si Gilbert Benjamin Hushese, in Jerides Church in Denesun Thine Histi, Middle Lake Tribal Council, Zi Ane Isada. Thank you, my relatives, for the invitation to this Aboriginal Language Conference 2021 here in Saskatchewan. Today I'm going to talk to you about the importance of our Aboriginal language and how to make our language stronger and to keep our culture strong. My name is Gilbert Benjamin. I'm from Buffalo River Dene Nation, part of the MLTC Tribal Council. First, I'm going to talk about my grandparents and my parents of their teaching about our language. Both my grandparents, my mom and dad's side, spoke fluent Dene language. My grandmother was a Cree woman from Beauval. Her first language was Cree language before she went to residential school. When she got to residential school, she learned the French and the English language. And when she left school, the parents moved to Gillen, and she married into the Dene community, and she had to learn another language, which is Dene Sungthine language. So my grandmother had 4 languages. She started off with Cree, French, English, and then Dene. My great-grandparents, my great-grandfather spoke both Cree and Dene. And the same thing with my mom's side grandfather. He spoke Cree and Dene. My grandmothers spoke fluent Dene. On my mom's side, my grandparents taught my mom how to speak only Dene language. So my mom spoke only Dene language. My dad spoke both the Cree and the Dene language as teaching from the parents. My mom and dad never went to school. They never went to residential school or day school. They spoke fluent Dene language. And they taught us a lot of culture and traditional teachings. Because of my grandparents and my parents' teachings, we were taught our language fluently. All my siblings spoke the language. All my nieces spoke the language, my nephews, but after my nephews and nieces, the children lost their language and they never learned any Dene. They only speak only English. It's good to teach the children at a very young age, from birth to about 6 years old, so it stays with them for the rest of their lives. Our language is our identity. Our language is our heartbeat, our culture, our spirit. Our language is our ceremonies, our Mother Earth, and our Creator. We have to respect our language. We have to be very careful of how we use our words and phrases. We have to use it with love, understanding, caring, and with utmost respect. Because if we lose our language, we lose our identity, our culture, and our ceremony. Learn one word at a time. Turn it into phrase and sentences. Drum songs are good resources to teach and learn the language. And use some pictures of animals, birds, weather, seasons, traditional medicines, etc. Use the technology to compile all these language together. We have a language resource materials now at certain different places. Use them so that our children can learn the language In closing, use your language with care. Use your language with understanding. Use your language with love and respect. Share your beautiful language so others can learn the language. Because our language, we have identity, like I said. Be proud of your language. It's a very beautiful language and it's unique in its own way. So keep smiling, enjoy life. All my relatives. Salot ina nuhayat he hot he big uthni big isutli. Nuhayat he not sarote. A hell the home hot he thing is ano teo ta en est ibekano teo as she est ile dana honust sana est dana goda honusthen beat here. Thank you, all my relations. Marcicho.
Hello, this is Peter Big Stone. That's my English name. And my Cinnamon names are Okshinawashte, meaning good boy. You know, I was given that at an early age. And Wayagayaman was given to me 3 feathers. You know, 3 feathers was given to me as I was a little older. And then I had some Cree people that give me a name, Mahik and Ganipwit, you know, Standing Wolf. So the Nakota language is fastly disappearing. And being the last speaker, I'm trying to preserve it as much as I can because we have at home we have young students that come over and I tell stories in the Nakota language, you know, and so I'm trying to preserve some, you know. I have all the I have a lot of different videos of myself there. I'm going into NEST. You know that NEST is a Native Education something anyway system training or something like that. You know NEST. You know it's a educational. Geez, I can't remember offhand. You know, but I have lots of videos in there too. So I'm trying to preserve as much as I can because and the pronunciation of it, because the way you speak, you know, the way you say things is the way you develop good speakers. You know, and I have students that are that I teach at my school. You know, and you see, the teaching part is the hardest part is going home. You have this one person saying something to their people, and the other person is they don't have any knowledge of what you're saying. You know, because they're trying to, you know, there's no way that you can communicate back and forth with your relative. So it's me teaching here to this student, and them two they're trying to teach out here, you know, or else they're trying to combine their skills, you know, and you know, so it's a real hard. Teaching method, you know, and we don't get very much financial help in the Nakota language because the the Nakota language, the linguistic groups have the Cree language here, and Soto language. But when we go over there, we don't get the support, because we don't, nobody talks. There's nobody else, like, there's only me or maybe somebody from someplace else, you know, that little, understand a little wee bit. So we can't combine forces to get more funding. And that's what really hurts our language, you know, because we need a little more outgoing people, like my nephews from the Air Reserve. They have a chief that's trying to revive the language, and they don't have one. They don't have a speaker no more because my cousin, he passed away. You know, and so I'm jogging here, jogging there, jogging here, jogging over there, and you know, and I'm sometimes I'm overwhelmed because I have so much work, you know, and I have to take a little break somewhere, and it's kind of hard, and I really think about that, like the educational part is we haven't got any teachers that are qualified to go and teach, you know, and we have all these kids nowadays. They're high tech, you know. They got these phone apps and all that. I'm not a phone app myself. I'm a phone app person because but they grab their phone and that's all I have to know, you know. There is things beyond that. There is time to teach. Like if my mom didn't know how to talk, I'd be telling her, hey, how are you doing? Then she comes back and she tells me, what's that? You know, or else, Dago Chano, what are you doing? You got them I'm washing my dishes, you know, and things like that, you know. At my home, I have little signs, you know, for this and that, you know, and I tell my kids, you know, Nani kota no, nakoniawo. You talk your language. You are Nakota. You have to learn that, you know. So they pick up that thing and they say, you know, have a cup here, you cup there, you know, or kishkana, spoon, just moyab, in jahiwo, you know. We drink some, make some of your sugar in your coffee, you know, things like that, simple things. So, you know, that's why I always say, you know, our people gotta learn their language. We can't make it a stalemate because I'm the only one trying to teach them. And if I'm gone, I don't know who's going to take over, you know, because it's going to be a dead language, you know, and the right pronunciation is not going to be there, you know, and washte means good, you know, washte, but in the English way, it's written in an English form. So what the English word is waste. You know, waste. It's a waste of time. You know, washte, it's good. But English term, it's waste. Waste people's time from teaching that language. You know, I cry about that when I go home. I cry and I say, hey, Creator God, please let me live along for a while, long time, so that I can develop this language, so I can get the builders, I can build speakers. Give me time to build a speaker, because this language is going to be gone. And if I go, well, then there's nobody going to pick it up. And I always thank the Creator for giving me time to try and teach this language. Because you educate one person, he educates another one, so you got two speakers now, And then when these two, it'll be four, and then it'll multiply. It'll multiply. So I look at that. I look at it as developing a new way of teaching. But they're not going to be teaching. They're not going to have that full-fledged Nakota language speaker. But at least they're trying. I don't follow the colonization part of being, religiously. I follow my way of life. Wichoni mitawa ne wastegen anetin wa onchen. I have this way of life that I live. I'm grateful for my skin color. I'm proud of it. I'm strong. I'm strong up here. My strength comes from here, and all this carries me, to have a strong body. Because you know what? I learned my language. I'm preserving it. I'm keeping it. This language is inside here, telling me, never let it go. Because you will never be tamed. You will never be a tamed native man, Assiniboine man, if you keep your language. That's why I always say, to the kids, it's good to have an English language. You can get jobs all over. But it's also good to have your language. Your language is more important than being, because someday one big politician will be, I heard, long ago, as long as you don't have your language, you're going to be considered a Canadian, You're not going to have that native heritage, because you're not keep preserving it. Because I'm talking about Pierre, and that's what we have going on with our society. We don't have educators to come forward. We have talkers, we have speakers that know that language, but they don't want to step in front. So I always say, I do when I video, I'll tape all these people. When I get all these videos, I say, well, this is for my people. This is me developing this language to give it back to our community and our people,
New Sinikanit. Newek te gista kwake askikana. Magne nan tukmam nan mut no disipate. They all gone their own. Just one reserve now. I grew up in a traditional people. Next to my house. And that time was a good reserve. Nobody drinks. Just drinking, just working every day. No welfare. But my mom and dad and my great grandpa, Mugi pakunguna school couldn't go ya. Residential school. Mundo pakunguna ni. Ekse. Oh, I'll be 84 on October 30th. But I'm happy I raised 6 kids. They all graduate. But I didn't like it, my kids, because I didn't go to school. I didn't want my kids like that. They all graduate. If they're trying to quit, I cry. They say I'll be 84 on October 30th. I still get along with my kids. I never say nothing. Wow. Ki kwa makane hiyo mo suma negite. Ki tahtu ispai ki kaspuete. Mokte ki toksinano. Ki spinakasi muego. Ka kota kyuno. Mokte ne hiyo ki sino te ki tuktet. Yokse mokte konita ka ne hiyo ya. Ka pe nesto ki. In the hill, my son, Mama, my dad. My dad was his name Francis, Joe Francis. My mom was Mary. I got him my son, great grandpa. Sere Biton. I can see cast mom to me. Not that we were, that's good Mesquikino. After I grew up, they come and 4 in the morning, you'll be singing already. You want us to communicate, that riska, no great trouble. So that's where I grew up. And I never drink my life. I never smoke. Because my Muslim is, even if you drink this much wine or beer, so your spirit took off. You don't stay in your body. He's too clean. And that's why a lot of people exiting your spirit. Before I watch them, because if you drink that stuff, and next one, I was only 12 or 11, and I think I'll never change my life. I don't want to change my spirit. So that's what I ate. That's what I did. And all of my kids, just one of my grandson drinks. All my kids, nobody drinks, nobody smokes. I always tell them the stories. And at the time, I come know my feast guy. Kawai ka pigs quit. Mota kasi mot. Kani hiwes puko. Mok te magana. Kasi mui. Kagisi mui. And they hiwe no accepte prayers te magana. Yuksman musumagi te kwa. Kani hiwes puko kagisi mot. And come on the phone, you know, ask man and come on. If my kids, when you get those songs, my old man was late Gordon Oaks. That's a good man. He got that healing loss, that's where ladies' jail we got. He got that. And he was a smart, just like government guy. The time we lost them, full of people. Even people from New York, they come to our first time you're sick. I saw this small funeral. Oh, it was this full gym, no place to sit. People outside the Nikki can't come, need no room. And you know here, well, that's what used to work every day. I had a good man. No, that's why Larry did too. Larry's leading for his dad. What you do, what he used to do. That's when he put ceremonies, my son Larry. He makes some dances. Not even 60 yet. We take him like a Paddy take him that's good, you know, and that's what we are right now. Colin is working at Ladies' Jail, but he's helping his dad. One time, Louis Tepwata, we had a meeting here at White Cap Casino. People maniki to a casino, but I'm going to talk about 3 boys. I'm happy at them. And I don't know what you're going to say, I thought. I'm going to talk about the Nikanit boys. And Sundance, he said, it's only 3 of them they singing. Larry, Colin, Elvin. And 3 boys, though, they know the songs. I wish we can do that to our boys. But everybody's listen what you're trying to say. Kokum used to tell us not talk about anybody, but I'm going to talk about Nikanit boys. I wish we do that to our boys, he said. And that's what my boys, they singing together and come with it. Well, I reached my nephew, and today's chief. He's a good chief. Even yesterday, he passed it around the food, houses, whoever. And I told him, you're a good chief, I said. You fill my cupboard. All that. Well, he raised me. That's what he said. 8 months old, I took him. Because my sister, Nape, Makim Nikwisktika, and 8 months, I'll have him, I said. I'll keep him. Some take you Nikwana. Okay, come and get him tomorrow, Dick. I'll pack all this stuff I want. Even 3 penny, you bring it along. Bus driving. I was first lady bus driver in Maple Creek. Ikoya, that's good to my. That's the way we start with that. Kami mo ekista kakunik yo ek. Going sin na mo kutene hill where the people went. But the queen hill ek kami mo ekista. Yamatik ne hiano. No. Kwa kami mo kane hill ek. Katasim sak. Kaks no mo it's gonna do it. Ek wa milk se so ka. Kane hill ek. Come on, eitak man dasim sak no simak. I reached 5 generations to our little girls. Yeah, I'm happy I reached 5 generations. 2 cute little girls. Thank you, Tatamina. Yeah, that's what I do at home. I don't want to talk and you might fall asleep here. I'll be still talking. I'm used to it because my husband was a chief, 24 years. He was just young, 24, starting a chief. And he was smart. I brag about him because it's gone already. But 47 years, yeah, till he died, it's gone. Okay, that's me now. Thank you. Hi.
Tanse, birth of my kindness, Ningason, Kaminista Gominais, Kakni, and Outse, Ekute, me gods ni vegan, Ekute mina give to peo uppigin. Mistake gona yung gipe Kiskinomagarnis, they was seeing Magon Mortis Nistam, Kiskinomagan, they say no and Ego kepis nda pachita na nos kagi pesi petaman kagi nagegon. Ego mina yo I have a very close connection to nature. Kagi nagegon nego takaste ni pi si pi inay gok peseski wak ego si se kagi nagegon. Ego sinistegi pesip matsian, ego sinistegi pesip skinomaga yan kagenagegon. Taisi kisteni taman kagenagegon oge. Kagi peminiga ya tapesi apachita tapesi kiskeni tamaka kagenagegon. Kagi pe upigiga yan. Nistamayo gi pesip matsana na pita ego sanak. Magamestas ngeti jutne nanis tananan mata ta skuniganin niak magayo nuteat sama kopek nutsega so no gom kirikis nigaso gomes taiga gi pe nanagat seri chame guak kinagatsi seu egonani ni nagagagis kisian gi pe sewap mak egonini stakati apachita nani ta isigiskenomage ananus ta isigiskenomo ego ta isep metsauset minani tama nak dose mesak no semak egon skutapa nak mistayeyo ni pewap manan kagyo kumian ini ko keginagatsi aski egi niku tetegi taskataini tetegi pansa wete kaskapa seket kinoseo egi pamiat anak piyama namin egi pami egi mustusiat goyo ego na nugum no kayo egi sagi guak stege gona egi skino maguak ego naman na kaiteni tamana nama agiska got ansennu utat saka nama spirit an makaitag ego tena manena gagut sort naman uma kagaskita na nos kagi segakta pacitan tai si wichiu yanista papia takma guys seiske gonis angskeni ches tai si wichiu yan ukoche hawak sitep students ogai ka skiroma chakayo ako sisike gon maga kayas ni sto chigagut pe wichiu yan nai skiroma to igomego ego takagi matsikiskenomage anei nawain egi ndeut na mani stayo taisikiskenomage an kineskiskenomage ana gota gonayo mistengi meneni tene peskis menegi tikiskenoma swan tikiskenomo awas agoyo mistengi steni teno mapigiskein kita yamin now ego tan manis te ego sutna mana yo askip matsin ego tangete agiska ko naik ne tachagok ne mametoneni chiganik ego ayo ko tauchen man ni nakaise meneni taman egisteni taman ka nage gon egisten makan sen new wapa taman ego si se poe na kaise matsit papia tak taisagas kita taisi wichiwen tagasken tamuat sakan senyok ino kayo wichige magago makitas pigisquin o kaisep matsiak traditional culture language an magaitsagate egone anege tagiskawa kita chagonak ego tap mutata kaga pe egon anege taisi wichiu ya kagenawainak ego tauche tan stotak ino steni tago gani steni tago gani ge gona pigis koina na matsin kagana ge ona totse kautu sepanek ego teni gan tati apachita ga wasame kageno tameno matsiak tapi atagene moak ego san mani ni na ese yan Esigiskeni tamani steu segi pesep matsian pogo. Mistayeyo negagiskistotok mana ketek no mana misuegi se peop magi tatosketsek. Ewanigetsek, eatsemutsek. Eni mitut sekapu ayo apitego sani mi to enani mistego sirego ni besi apaten mina agoyo egone anege kagi tom naiton egone pota utna maki tom tasuki panito ak tawichiwiak ipigis kweno egoni inip matsina kaganege gone go se taisi wichi taswa taisi wichi agok awasak megots mama go kagino awasak kaganege gonoma inuka tas tapaniko maski inuko kayo mstigo si apachita na ete apa giskenita ge ko ge awasak maga ego ni wisto ta ge apachita goni mstigo si apachita na ego tate wausita chegisto atsemoena ego teni ni stanan ga gutsotna mago kiskero mage apachita na ke teyak egi wigo mago tape atsemotsek ego nani a utatsemonio ga apachita me go sanoche apachita giskeno mato ego mago bistainen na nasko manan ego san megi tutamak maga kaga pe awasamen da titaga megis nani stanan kaisi itatos kaya kan makisna mato ega mengo.
Yeah, ganasko mitnan katayak. All your teachings are so relevant and important. And as I was listening in the back, just fills my heart with joy and that our elders are still with us and that we need to spend time with them and learn with their guidance. Because they have like stories, the stories that they share with us. Sometimes I remember sitting with my late Kukum and Mushum asking for advice, and they would go on to these long stories, and I'd sit there, and after that, and I'd be like, yo, they didn't answer my question, you know. But it's through those stories that we really have to dig in and dive in, and they are sharing a lot with us when they share those stories with us. I myself am very grateful to work with a lot of elders and survivors, knowledge keepers here in Saskatoon, and that just makes my work ever so fulfilling and makes me take on my own personal calls to action to, again, challenge myself and relearn our Indigenous language, my Cree language, but also just the beauty in spending time with our elders and just listening to everyone's stories today was really, really inspiring. Some words that come out of the sessions is like akamemok, you know, keep trying, persevere. Even though we're all trying to learn our languages, it's hard, right? And we fumble, but that's what the old people say. Akamemok, kaipakchi, you know, don't give up, keep trying, you know, like. And I think the same thing goes to the other way around. I just give kudos to our elders, you know, to having to go through such trying times through the Indian residential school movement and the impacts that had on our families and the disconnect we've had with language and I've seen it in my family, right? And so, which is why we have not really been raised with our Cree language, but it's those systems that have really impacted us intergenerationally, and you see the younger people really trying to regain our language and our Cree ways of knowing and our Indigenous ways of knowing. So if we leave here today with some advice from our elders is those words of akamemo, you know, persevere, keep trying to revitalize our languages. So thank you again, Nanasko Mitnan Katayak, all our elders that were with us, sharing your voices with us today. So we do have an announcement to share. We do have a winner of the iPad, and just so you're aware, we're not lying. We do have an iPad to give away. So it's right here, beautiful, real deadly iPad. So the winner of this iPad is Giselle Stevens from Member 2, Nova Scotia. Let's give her a round of applause, everybody out there in Zoom land. Give her a round of applause. Again, that's Giselle Stevens from Member 2, Nova Scotia. Congratulations, Giselle, and we'll send in the mail, I guess. So again, thank you for a really awesome panel, the Ever Deadly Elders panel. We always look forward to that every year. A lot of people tuning in out there. We all know that we honor and respect the words of our elders all the time. And again, nanas kumitnan to our elders out there. We do have a few minutes before we go on to lunch break here. So that reminded me of this one time when I remember the elders talking about the challenges of languages, when the elders talked about that almost that communication barrier between English and Cree and vice versa, Cree and English, or any other kind of indigenous language, I guess. But when you have those fluent speakers and trying to communicate to the younger generation, right, and trying to the use of technology to throw that in there, and it gets really cumbersome. So share with you this one story. I have one of my best friends was visiting her mom back in the community. They allowed me to share this with you today, but just want to give you context about how sometimes challenging it is to communicate with our elders and sometimes our youth. And then so a long time ago, Gayas, back in the day when washers and dryers were just kind of like a staple. You'd be like the it family if you had a washer and dryer in your house. And it's always at Kukum's house, the washer and dryer. So my friend's Kukum was at home and she was getting ready, and I think she was getting ready to go play bingo. So she leaves, and without knowing, her son comes over, and wanting to do a load of laundry, right? So he goes there, throws some clothes in the laundry, the washing machine, and he's pitter-pattering around the house, throws his clothes in the dryer, and then he has to take off somewhere. So he leaves. Kukum comes back now, a few hours later. Didn't win at bingo, but she's just like, I'll try again tomorrow, So she's pitter-pattering around the house too. Then all of a sudden she gets a phone call. Those old school phone calls, you have that big wire to the wall, right? So she answers the phone. Hey, Tanse. And her son goes, she didn't know it was her son, but he's like, is my washing done? Doesn't even say hi, he just says, is my washing done? Huh? Kigwai, she says. Is my washing done? He says. Ah, Kigwai. And she's saying, what are you saying in Cree? Is my washing done? He says. And the old lady goes, oh, geez, here, someone from Washington. She thought someone was calling her from Washington. So again, just wanted to share some kind of those stories that are humorous. This is how we get through some of our struggles, and just the humorous side of our indigenous ways of knowing and just being around each other. We go through a lot of this stuff and using humor as a way to engage and learn, and we always love to make fun of ourselves too. That's just really being that humble way, those teachings of being humble too, and the way to just be with each other in a good way. So I wanted to share that quick little story with you guys. So with that, we are going to, this brings us to our lunch break. So again, we have 30 minutes for our lunch break. Before you go, we are going to share with you a 6-minute video from the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre's virtual book launch on the short story writing contest Anthology. After that, you will see a static image and music for the remainder of the half hour. So keep that on your screens, enjoy the music, and let's meet back here at 12:30. Agusa mitso, and we'll see you back at 12:30.
Tansai kakio, Melody Woodnet Sigasan, Waskichosik Otsinia. Hello, my name is Melody Wood, and I am the Indigenous Knowledge Systems Researcher here at the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre. I manage the Cultural Resource Management Department, and one of the many annual projects that I manage is the annual short story writing contest. It is one of my favorite annual projects that I have the pleasure of working with. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the book writing contest itself and one of our newest resources that has come out of that. Many First Nations elders and community members of all language groups know and understand that our cultures are embedded within our languages. And if we know that and we understand that, then we have a better chance of understanding who we are and where we come from. And that is the aim of this short story writing contest, is to spark that love of the language within children. And hopefully they will get to understand who they are a little bit better. In 2011, SICC launched the book writing contest, which is now known as the annual short story writing contest. This contest promotes First Nations language development, revitalization, and retention, and is open for students grades K to 12. 2020 marks the 10th anniversary of this contest, and we are celebrating that with an anthology. There are 8 stories in this anthology of differing language groups within Saskatchewan. So with a 10-year anthology, you'll note that there are only 8 books. In 2016, SICC underwent reorganization, and therefore, a winning entry is not present for that year. Then in 2020 came the world pandemic. And as we all know, that was a really hard time for many organizations and many people across the globe. And as such, a winning entry was not present for that year as well. Therefore, we have 8 books within this anthology. So both writing and drawing teaches children to use their language, to use their imaginations, to problem solve, and to work with family and community members. These distinct types of communication work really well together, and there are a few children who have kept on creating long after they entered this contest. We know that their love of the language has been awoken. There are also many ways to spark the love of our language within the children, and this contest, writing in your language, it's just one of the many ways that we can spark that love. This contest will continue in the future, and we hope to see many more children enter, and hopefully the love of our languages will come alive for many of our children. So one may ask, what does the contest entail? So we have a call for applications, and children can enter their short stories. If they do not have illustrations that accompany the short stories, SICC can create that for them. We take some time to create the book and ensure that it is passed through the children and their families. After that, the first place winner gets 20 copies of the book plus $500, and they are invited to attend the First Nations Language Keepers Gathering to launch their book. And they'll have the chance to read it in front of the gathering. The second place winner, they received 20 copies of their book. So we've had many, many youth over the years attend our gathering to book launch their books, and it's been an amazing experience for them all. So let's review the contest winners from the past years. In 2011, the winner was a Soto book called How Are You Feeling Today? In 2012, the winner was a Dene book called The Giant Mariah. In 2013, the winner was another Dene book called What's Wrong With Me? In 2014, the winner was a Woodland Cree book called Making Bannock. In 2015, the winner was a Plains Cree book called My Teachers, My Grandmother and Grandfather. In 2016, we did not have a winner. In 2017, the winner was a Nakota book called The Legend of the T-Rex's Short Arms. In 2018, the winner was a Plains Cree book called Sharing on Hart Hill. Then in 2019, the winner was a Nakota book called The Legend of the Ankylosaurus's Thick Skin. And in 2020, due to the pandemic, there was not a winner. Now that we've shared some information about the contest itself and the anthology, SICC is pleased to present the Short Story Writing Contest Anthology. This book is available for purchase please follow the link below. In closing, there's a story that I want to share about this particular contest. There's a young man, he's actually a part of the gathering this year. His name is Bronte Big Eagle. He put so much time and attention into his book creation. I remember him sharing with me one day in one of his books where he's like, you'll notice at the beginning of the story, the mom, she's thinner, but by the end of the book, she's a little bit thicker because her son was gone and she was eating to console herself. It was just a cute little anecdote about some of the stories that can come out of this contest. And actually, since then, Bronte has now moved on to teaching other youth hand signs. And he's also traveled to BC to do some work there. You never know what could happen out of a contest like this, but it is definitely a starting place for many on their language learning journeys and their love of the language. So thank you for taking time to listen to me today and to hear about the anthology. Ai hai, egose.
No This next song we're going to do is dedicated to our late friend.
Thank you. We're just getting back here from lunch. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all have some full bellies. Met Done boy that papahagon was real good here at Prairieland Park. If you ever here, conference boy, order that deep fried papahagon. So close to KFC, Gagats. So we're gonna go right back into the agenda here. Again, welcome back, for those of you just joining, to the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre First Nations Language Keepers Gathering. Our theme this year is Our Sacred Languages Walk With Us. We're gonna get right into our first speaker this afternoon, Denise Kennedy, Soto. Title of her session is Bringing Our Languages Home. Denise Kennedy is a mother, wife, daughter, and language teacher from the Pasqua First Nation. She has been teaching the Soto language in her community for about 10 years. She is forever learning the language and finding new ways and motivating ways for language learners from all ages to engage in language learning. She has recently completed her Master's of Education with a focus on Indigenous language revitalization. This workshop encourages language learners to take language back into their homes and learn language using intergenerational transmission. In her studies, Denise has created mini language nest in her home with her 2 sons and her mother. She has realized that not all families or even communities are fortunate enough to have fluent speakers to create mini languages in the home. So she had to seek different language learning tools that all families could use at their own pace. These language tools include frameworks such as reclaiming domains in the home, linguistic language, landscape theory, implementing family pets, and celebrating the small successes in language learning. These tools would hopefully encourage families and communities to reclaim their languages and bring them back into the homes. It is great that children are learning their languages in the classroom, but they need to be able to speak their languages at home with their families. This presentation aims to give hope to language learners and language reclamation. Please welcome Denise Kennedy.
Aninchagakin, Denise Kennedy, Ndiznakas, Pashkashkanakaning Tonchi, Nichigi and Damamayayan. I'm coming here today to the language conference, and my presentation is called Bringing Our Languages Home. I'd like to give thanks to SICC for inviting me to present to my First Nation Pasqua, to the school that I work at, Chief Pasqua Education Center, University of Regina for allowing me to do research, and the Faculty of Education for accepting my research. I'd also like to give thanks to Nitapanochimak, my children, for allowing me to explore ways in language learning with them in our own home. Nimama, my mom, for being on our language journey with us. Apanochia Pasqua Shkanakaning, the children of Pasqua, the children that I teach in the school, and Anishinaabe Pasqua Shkanakaning, the people of Pasqua, for allowing me to teach the language in our community. So the rationale of this project is because of colonialism, our languages are endangered, specifically in Canada, well, all over, but in Canada, there's about 90 Indigenous languages in Canada. About 70 of those are vulnerable, are close to extinction. So this is why I'm doing this research on language revitalization. Specifically on Pasqua First Nation, my home reserve, there is approximately 1,900 band members, with 700 of those living on reserve. And what I found that I'm the teacher, the language teacher on Pasqua First Nation, and I've been teaching there approximately 10 years. And this is where my research arose. teaching the students on Tasa First Nation, they're learning the language. They're learning it in the classroom, but when they go home, they have no one to speak it to. Because in Tasa First Nation, we're considered Cree Soto band, and out of those 700 that are living on reserve, not even a handful are fluent in their languages. So right now, the students know more language than their parents. So when they leave the classroom, when they leave the school, they have no one to speak it with. It sits in the classroom. And this is a problem. And I'm thinking it's not only Pascua. I believe there's probably other communities in this state. So this is why I wanted to do this research. I actually did a master's thesis on this, and I created a language nest in my home. And it was really successful for my children, for myself, for my mother. But what I realized when I was after finishing this research project, a lot of our band members, a lot of our community members do not have those same resources that we have with fluent speakers. So I had to back up a bit. And in order to do that, I had to do a little bit more research. So within my thesis, I started bringing out different language tools that more people could use, more common people can use that don't have those fluent speakers to bring into their homes. So this presentation is about bringing the language into our homes, whether you have a fluent speaker or not. It's giving you a little bit of hope, a little bit of guidance of what you can do. Whether you know any of your language, a little bit of your language, or none. It gives you a little bit of hope, I'm hoping. So in all the research that I've did, I've always used our Anishinaabe worldview, first and foremost, especially when it comes to Indigenous languages. We have to use our Anishinaabe worldview. We have to use Indigenous methodology to do that. Language revitalization does not work well with just Western academics. We have to use our way of thinking, our way of thought, to make it holistic, to make it from the heart. So first and foremost, before anything, even before my presentation, before my research actually, I always acknowledge Chimanto in everything that we do. Chimanto is the first and foremost that who we have to acknowledge. We have to understand that our languages, Indigenous languages, have a spirit. And like many of our elders, Chinishnabek, they always say that our languages are in us. Whether we speak the language or not, it's in our veins, it's in our DNA. It needs to be awakened. So during my thesis, I introduced ceremony. I introduced ceremony into that. And I made it a research methodology. It was important for me to do that. Because in order for us to work with our languages, it's not just from reading from a book. It's not just learning words. Those words have meanings behind them. And that's kind of our sacred languages walk within us. And that's exactly what our elders say when they say it's in our veins, it's in our DNA. So even though I'm using somewhat of Western academics, just always keep in mind I've always used the Anishinaabe worldview and Indigenous methodology. Excuse me. So like I said, you always have to seek guidance from Chimanto. People go to ceremony, people offer Wipanash just to awaken that language spirit. It's up to us how we want to do that, but we must, when we're working with our indigenous languages, we have to always remember to acknowledge Chimanto. We can't just walk into it like it was the English language. So when I did the language nest, there was many different obstacles. I walked into my language nest thinking that it was going to be perfect because I had the resources. I had speakers, I had fluent speakers, I had grandparents, I had my children. That's all we needed to have a successful language nest, so I thought. I walked into a lot of different obstacles, like time restraints. When you're working with your language, it's not linear. You can't set a time for it. You can't say, okay, I'm gonna do the language from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and I'm gonna learn it all. You have to be patient with it. And living in a busy world as we do today, it's really hard to do that because some of us work where there's nothing but English. Some of us go to school, there's nothing but English. We go shopping, there's nothing but English in the grocery stores. So it's really hard to sit there and say, I'm gonna build a language nest. And it's gonna be nothing but Anishinaabe Moan, Nakwewen. So we have to think in that term too, time restraints. And then the resistance. When my children were learning the language, they were very resistant with it. Even though it was theirs, even though they heard mom and Noko Miss speaking the language all the time, they were just used to hearing it. They weren't used to speaking it. So they were very resistant in it. And then, like I already spoke about the English dominance. It's everywhere, and that causes for it could be very frustrating when you have when you think this is how something should go, but English dominance kind of takes over that. It's everywhere. It's on the TV. It's on the radio. It's on the iPads. It's everywhere where the children want to play and whatnot. So when I did the language nest, my initial reason for doing the language nest was when I was teaching my students at Chipasco Education Center. One student come up to me and she loves language class, and she says, "Miss, I tried to speak Soto to my parents yesterday, and they told me, we don't understand that. Don't speak that. We don't understand what you're saying. Speak English." And that opened my eyes a lot. I'm like, my students are learning. My students are learning the language, but their parents don't understand it. And it's kind of intimidating because it's new to our homes. And I wanted to take away that our language is a subject in the classroom. That's why I wanted to make this presentation, bringing our languages home. So I put it upon myself in my research to find ways to get our languages into our homes so my students can speak with their families, so that the parents, the grandparents, are comfortable speaking the language. And so with my language nest, I realized, like I said, that not all of our families have fluent speakers. They can't create language nests in a home because we're really low on fluent speakers, resources. So I kind of had to back up that research. so it could fit into my community and other communities that are in the same state. So during my research, I found different learning tools that I could use in my own home with my children. One of the learning tools comes from the language framework, linguistic landscape theory. It's basically putting labels all over your home in the language. This not only shows your children or yourself, whoever, that the language is there, it's important. It reminds you, oh, I should be using my language. It's right here. And you can put it anywhere in your home. You could start small. You can start in one room. You could start in the kitchen, and you could start labeling your kitchen. Once you've remembered and mastered all those labels in your kitchen, you could start making them into sentences. And then you'll start doing that, and you'll master your sentences and start asking questions. Once you mastered that part of your house, you can move to another part and do the same thing. You're making small goals for language learning in your home, but they're attainable goals. You're not overwhelming yourself trying to learn the language right away. Because I found that when you're trying to learn the language, you want to learn, you get overwhelmed, you get frustrated, and you put it away. It's okay to make small goals. Our languages are very fragile right now. It's like you're holding a glass in your hands. You get frustrated, you get overwhelmed, you drop it and it breaks. Treat it like that. Celebrate those small successes. Don't be hard on yourself. So, labeling your homes, we did that in my home. And that was for me, because we're living in a dominated society, English-dominated society, I too forget to use the language. It was just my reminder. But my children seen that also. So they knew the language is always there. So these are some examples of Pipinteken, come in. So these were at the door. Pipinteken, come in. And then tamanon, go and play. I'm going to leave now. You know, just basic little sentences, small attainable sentences that that we can learn easily. I also I was searching different ways of how I could keep my children interested in language learning. And so I brought poesies into my house. I got a little kitten and I brought him into our home. Poesies is Seneca, so I told my kids. This is his name is Cat, basically. I told my children, and he only understands Soto, not Nakwewen. And they're like, so you can only speak the language to poesies, or he's not gonna listen. So that really caught their attention. And again, making little sentences. Asam poesies, feed the cat. Nipimina minikwen. Give the cat water. You know, just little attainable sentences to teach your kids and yourself. So, ambea mapuzi, come here, cat. You know, just so it really the children really enjoyed that, using the cat, and they took to the language because it was fun. They loved the cat, and maybe I fibbed a little bit saying that he only understood Soto, but it worked. So, and then reclaiming domains. That's where where I was kind of talking about it goes hand in hand with the labeling, where you work in one space in your home. You master that space in the language. But what I did, instead of me going from room to room, I did like the exercises or daily activities like washing your face, washing your hands, bath time, bedtime. So like with my son, when he was having a bath, it was all in the language. When it was bedtime, it was all in the language. So there's different ways that you can reclaim your domain in your home. You could do it by room, 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 or you could do it by activity. You could do it for cooking. It's up to you, kinanish, how you want to use it. But that's you creating small goals in your home for language learning. Small attainable goals. That is your goal when you don't have a fluent speaker. That is your goal, and it's attainable for you to do that in your home with your children. So like I said in this slide, I used the different activities, daily activities, rather than the different rooms. So like it's bedtime, it's time to wash your face, it's time to have a bath, all in the language. And again, just using small goals. So our language revitalization, maintenance, it's very important. And I noticed that from my community that it could be overwhelming because there's not enough resources. Well, we don't have fluent speakers. Well, now you have a little bit of tools that you could start off with. You can find resources online with these sentences that you can use. It takes time, it takes effort, but it's very, very rewarding. So when your children are coming home speaking the language, you can speak with them. Okay?
Chimigwech, Denise, thank you so much for sharing your stories of language revitalization and bringing language back into the home through your learning in us. I think it's so important that we continue to share those whether it's commands or those little words that we can share with our young ones in the home, so they could learn, they can pick up that language. So very, very inspiring. I like how you acknowledge that our language is fragile, like a piece of glass. You know, like if you treat it with respect to. So don't get too overwhelmed is what I take out of that too. Is sometimes I'll ask my brother too. He's fluent speaker, and I'll always ask him, "Hey, can you write this out for me?" And he'll send me like this real long word. And I was like, "Wow, mamaska." So I kind of get frustrated too, like trying to learn our language. But I think if we keep it simple, you know, like we could build on those, right? We can scaffold up on those words, and make spaces in our homes. I like how you also talk about focusing on different words throughout the house and mastering those and making sure that we challenge ourselves to learn each home. And so it's really, really inspiring what you're doing there, Denise. Again, Chimigwech for what all you're doing and sharing with us those language nests. So we are going to move on to our next workshop facilitator. Our presenter for our workshop is Chris Standing, who is Dakota, and will be talking about Dakota traditional games. Chris Standing is Dakota and Neheo from the communities of Beardies and Okamasas First Nation and Wahpeton Dakota Nation. Chris has a Bachelor of Arts in Indigenous Studies from the University of Saskatchewan. He's been a grass dancer since age of 5. Chris is also enrolled at the University of Minnesota, learning the Dakota language. Currently, Chris is the Adventures Coordinator at the Dakota Dunes Resort and works at the SaskTel Center in the audiovisual department as a camera operator for the Saskatchewan Rush, ooh, awesome, Saskatchewan Blades, and Saskatchewan Rattlers. In this session, Chris will share the traditional games provide that the teachings and skill development required for survival on northern plains. The traditional hunter-gatherer lifestyle was incredibly demanding and required superb levels of physical fitness. Learn how games played an important role in educating the young by developing physical skills and encouraging social development. Please welcome Chris Standing.
Amatakiapi, Tayama Chiakapi, Iuskiama Chiakapi, Takori Ia Shunko Wakano Abnaji, Amakiapido, Wasichu Ia Chris Standing, De Miedo, Oyate Mitawaki, Wakpetuan Gashahia, Ahohe Uchiakapi, Dakota Ia, Unspe Machichie, Minnesota Unspe Wakantuya Edwa Badawa, Dakota Dunes Resort Ed Tawani, Saskatoon Otumi Tawai, Beardies Ed Omawapi, Betu Ashte Yohapo. So what I said was in my Dakota language, my relatives, it's a good day today. It's good to see you. In my language, I'm called Standing with Two Horses. That's the name I was given. And my name's Chris Standing in the white man's language. And I said I come from 3 different nations. Probably, I think 4. I didn't mention the third one, the fourth one. Wakpetuan, Dakota. Shahi, which is Cree. And Hohe, which is Nakota. And also the Soto people from more White Bear area. Also said that I'm learning the Dakota language. I'm studying at the University of Minnesota currently. I'm in my 3rd year. I just finished 2 years already. And what else did I say? I live in Saskatoon. I work at Dakota Dunes Resort. And I said, have a good day. Everyone have a good day. So why I'm here today, I'm just going to show some traditional games. But before we get started with that, I just wanted to share a little bit of where I learned, I guess some of my cultural teachings. I come from, I guess in my introduction, I also said I'm enrolled at the Beardies Okamasas First Nation. It's my mother's reserve. It's a Cree reserve. And my dad's reserve is Wahpeton Dakota Nation. So I learned a bit of both, but more, I guess, my cultural teachings come from my dad's side, where I went to a circuit. Been learning my language heavily more in the last, I guess, couple of years, especially with the pandemic. I started taking some Zoom classes with Neil McKay. He's an instructor out at the University of Minnesota, and he had a class he was taking. He was instructing on Wednesdays, a free class, and I took that last spring. And then I met this guy named Shishuka Duta. He's also an instructor at the University of Minnesota. And Counselor Frank Royal, Whitecap, or Wapaska, Dakota Nation. And I met them at Wanaskewin, where I've been working for a number of years. And they're telling me about the program that they have. It's an online program. And also took another course at the Dakota Institute. It's a summer program, I think 2 weeks, also on Zoom. So I took a lot of different classes through that, but before that I was always learning my language more through like ceremony or through the songs and like just brief survival words. But I guess in the last year for sure I've been learning heavily on Zoom, and without the pandemic I might not have been picking up the language as much, right? So that's where my language teachings come from. Again, I've been dancing like a powwow, grass dancing for about over 30 years. I worked at Wanaskewin for a number of years, about 6-7 years, and I picked up a lot of good teachings there as well from other instructors and other knowledge keepers and elders. But yeah, we're going to get into traditional games. This is where I've learned some of these games, and I guess the first games I learned as a young person, I was working at the city of Saskatoon, where I had a culture van, And we got a little bit of cultural training from different cultural resource people in the community. And one instructor taught us double ball, kind of like a game that the Dakotas used to play, Lakota, and other tribes played it as well. And another game I learned to play was moccasin games. But I learned that, I guess, from Tim Iashapi. He was teaching our kids at EGADS I used to work at, and it's like a basic hiding game under like 4 rugs. So it's kind of typical, like not typical, but like Dakotas are more known for those games, like especially like double ball and moccasin games where you hide under these 4 rugs, and you got to win a certain amount of bigger sticks to get the small sticks, and then a certain amount of small sticks you get to win the game, right? So we played that with the kids. They liked it, and but once they start working at Saskatchewan, they start learning from different educators and knowledge keepers and elders. I learned some games too from Glenda Abbott and the Marok Saskatchewan, Tim Iashapi, other interpretive guys who took training from this, I think it's called Indigenous or Traditional Game Society out in, I think, is Montana. So they have different teachers and educators where they all come and share games. For sure, they'd share double ball, moccasin games, and some other games I'm going to show as well. So the games I'm kind of talking about are more like hunting and survival games, because we needed these skills to survive. These are kind of like before contact, some of them, right? So the main thing, I guess, when you think of games we play as kids, and they're all traditional games, like hide and seek, that's a traditional game. Foot races, that's a traditional game, right? Like let's a race to the end of the road. Let's play hide and seek. Let's climb trees, right? Let's arm wrestle. Let's leg wrestle. let's like scrap it out. All these things, like we play fighting, like all those things that taught us things about our body and all that, and some were social games too. And yeah, it's there's a number of games that go back thousands of years, hundreds of years. But a main game for sure, or a main tool we always needed was knives. We would need spears, bow and arrow. But we need to be really good with knives, and I had a really good knife before, but I must have didn't bring it. But it's a knife that has it's like original before there was I guess like metal like this, right? So I got a archaeology friend to make me a knife, and it's I think it's a chert, or I think it's a knife river flint for the blade, and then I think the handle was bison rib bone, porcupine quill work for design, resin, and the string was what do you call it? Stinging nettle rope, right? So it's real natural, but we needed to be good with knives, not just for like gutting and cutting and making rope, but we also needed to survive. Some people would throw, and there's games people actually played where they throw a knife and they catch it, or they play chicken between each other's feet. And obviously we wouldn't play these kind of games at like a place like Saskatchewan, or at a school, or at a culture camp. But the other games I'll show you, there's the games we can play and you can have fun, and you can show the kids, right? So, but we had to be good with knives. We had to know how to cut properly so we don't cut ourselves. And men had them, women had them, and yeah, this is one I just use kind of just for cutting things that I need. So yeah, let's get into the first game. Like, if we had a spear, we'd need to like be really good with that spear. We need to know how to like hunt animals, right? So I'll use a stick here for an example. So say if we're using a spear, we have like a little sharp end here, and we have to be good at throwing it at an animal, right? Maybe it's a bison or a deer, and you have to hit those vital organs like a lung or the heart. we had to develop skills, hand-eye coordination to make sure we can do that. Maybe we're hunting smaller animals like rabbits or something, or we're getting fish, right? So there's games we played to help us build those skills. And I'll show you a couple of those games, right? So there's a game you can play, it's called Stick and Hoop. And I'll start with a bigger one. And you can basically, like, this is all modern materials. I like to make it as flashy and as like colorful as I can, just so kids can enjoy it and they'll be interested. But you can make or pick your own materials, to say choke cherry or willow. You might use sinew, any kind of rope, maybe red willow for the hoop. But this game, you're supposed to fling the hoop in the air and poke through it, right? Like you're hitting a target, right? If it's the heart or the lung. It's supposed to help build your hand-eye coordination, but it also helps build your eyesight, because you can get these hoops down to really small, right? To really tiny. And I have like this really tiny stick and a Cheerio, and I work on that every night. No, I'm just kidding. But these are games you can play and you can make with kids. I remember Lamar was sharing with me that it has to be kind of like the same arm length, and if you're making these for kids, if they're making them for themselves, it should be their own arm length. And you want to make it long enough where you give it's a challenge, right? So the games I made, that has different colors, so different kids will like them, right? So that's Stick and Hoop. It helps build your spearing skills, and you want to try it on each hand. So to say, if I broke this arm, and our group or our band or our tribe was kind of struggling at that time, your legs still work, your other arm still works. You can pick berries, you might be able to throw. You might be able to do something, right? Because your people might be starving, right? There's you need to contribute, right? So these are kind of games kids would play to help develop their skills. Then there's another game. This one's a little fun for the smaller kids. So usually I have like a stuffed animal, and there's like, you can see a little bison, and you can get like a stuffed animal, like maybe it's like a bison or something, and you put on like a tripod, like a teepee, a small teepee tripod, and you get these feathers, and you wouldn't use eagle feathers, but some kind of feather where you can throw it, and you're teaching kids aerodynamics, but you're also teaching them like throwing skills, like how to hunt, right? But this is a fun game, and usually when I have a big group, if it's a school group like line of 10 kids there, and then maybe blue is on this side, and yellow is on this side, red's on this side. They take turns in throwing at this bison or stuffed bison, and some people that really get into this, even adults, they'll have their own feather that's like really straight, and it can fly like at long distances, and they'll have contests, right? And it teaches aerodynamics for kids too. So it's like, if I throw it like this, obviously it's not going to fly right? But if you throw it with the tip, it's going to kind of float on the air, right? So that kind of gets us into this next game, which is more realistic to hunting. But that one's fun for kids, for little small kids, preschool, kindergarten, up to about grade 3, and even adults and teenagers like it. But you want to get your not just your spearing up close, but you want to get your throwing spearing up at a good how do you say it, at a good level. So we make these hoops that look like dream catchers, and we throw them, and kids can run and chase them and pick them up with a stick or a long spear. Obviously, you wouldn't use regular real tips, just for kids to train and to practice getting small animals like a rabbit or other animals they'd hunt. Maybe it represents fish jumping out of water, or you're hitting a fish in the water, right? So you can either throw these, align kids up, and have this maybe shorter sticks, and then roll these down like a field, and maybe like 10 a group of like 3 kids will have like 5 sticks, and you just throw them. Or you have maybe like two kids with longer spears like this, and they run and they chase after them, like they're running after a small animal. They're trying to get something for their kunshi, their kukum, or like have something that you can take home, right? And I've actually played this quite a bit at with schools and culture camps, and Edwanaskawan, and it's a fun game, and some kids really just get stuck on this game. I'll show them all these other games, and they want to keep playing this over and over again. They get excited, and it's realistic to hunting. I've heard a couple elders share that you can play this game with bow and arrow, and I wouldn't recommend that with schools. Maybe that if there's individuals who are kind of like they're into archery, like the sport of archery, they might want to play this where they throw it and they actually practice like the bow and arrow, right? They're trying to archery, right? So yeah, I've heard elders talk about that too. Another game is, so we developed our spearing skills, and we talked about knives and tools. Let's talk about listening skills. So if you're ever like say at animal tracking, you need to develop like skills where you develop your eyesight, your listening. I wouldn't wear this because it's too noisy, right? And you wouldn't walk really heavy footed, right? And you wouldn't be talking and making a lot of noise if you're out hunting, right? So there's games you can play where you have like an individual who will be blindfolded, right? Then the other person holds the noisemaker. So they'll take like 3 steps. Maybe have 30 kids, and then 2 individuals, one will be blindfolded, the other one will have his noisemaker. You spin the person around that has the blindfold, spin them around so they don't really know where they are. The other person will hold the noisemaker. They'll take a few steps, they'll shake, right? And it forces the person that's blindfolded to try and figure out not just where the noisemaker is, but if they're breathing or if they're heavy-footed, like they're really kind of like they step heavy, right? Or sometimes they're having so much fun, they're giggling and laughing. And this sometimes even this game I played it where we played all these games and the kids come back to this and I want to play it, and let's do this again, right? Sometimes they'll have 2 people blindfolded and 1 person, or 2 people with a noisemaker, right? So it's kind of like a hide and seek kind of game. But you're trying to develop senses, and taking kids animal tracking, we also, once they kind of like develop the skill of listening, because we'll stop maybe like after a minute of walking and we'll hold our hand up for 5 seconds and we'll try to figure out what we can hear in that environment. You might hear birds, you might hear other animals. We might be noisy as a group, right? So you might hear those sounds. But if you take a group of kids walking for about an hour and you're practicing those listening skills, they'll come inside and then they'll be like, everything feels so noisy. Like even just being in a quiet classroom, they can hear noise in different places, and you're developing their senses, right? And their sensories, right? So another game you can play is a game called Scream and Run. And it's a game where you're developing your lungs, you're developing your voice, even if you become a singer, right? And how it works is you have like a stick like this, and you don't have to always use a stick. And how it works is you're asking them to like fill up their lungs and yell as long as they can and as loud as they can. It actually lets out a lot of stress too. So we ask them at the count of 3, take a deep breath and scream as long and as loud as you can. So, ah. Then the next part is they have a stick like this, and they might have one that's unique to them. So I'll make a bunch of different sticks that have different beads and different colors. And sometimes people can design their own. And when they run and scream, they're going to run and take one long breath and scream as long as they can. And once they're out of that breath, they got to put that in the ground. But playing this with a bunch of kids, sometimes there's athletes in the group, and I've noticed some kids will take 2 or 3 breaths. But it's actually just to develop your lungs and your breath and your voice, and It's not for competition, but it's just to build up your lung capacity, right? And with those with that spearing game where you throw through those bigger hoops, you can bring them down to smaller hoops if you want. You can have them you can just keep firing them, and then it helps develop their spearing skills. And obviously you would use a real sharp tip. You can just use you can pick a willow, pick a choke cherry. I just bought these bamboo stuff from from Walmart, and a lot of the stuff you can get at Michael's or a craft store, or stuff you can just pick on your own. For sure you would use tobacco, follow the protocols of that area, and make sure that you follow those things. Because even red willow, just say if I made this out of red willow, in some cultures, like I know in Dakota, we usually don't use pick red willow at certain times. So follow your protocols in the area you're picking from, right? So ask the people there, the elders and knowledge keepers. I'm kind of running almost out of time here, but there's a game for sure we used to play called Double Ball. And with the bison, with Dakota people, any people on the plains, they never wasted anything on the bison. So they would use the bison for food, shelter, clothing, tools, teepees, and even the testicles was used for for a game called Double Ball, almost like hockey or lacrosse. And obviously I made these. These aren't the real thing. They're just 50-50 cord and some tennis balls and some tape. And you can use choke cherry sticks or willows to make the sticks. And usually it's like 2 tripods for a goal and a longer stick, where you could try to score underneath that top stick, or ring the stick or over top. There's different scoring systems around the country, and I've even seen a scoring system where you have to ring a longer stick with the double ball like that, right? I've heard that for some Dakota and Lakota that only the ladies played this game. The men played it, like anyone played it, and it's played all over the place. So another game is a sling ball. You could put this between your toes. You sit down and you fling it as far as you can, and people have races, and it builds your core strength. Or you can just fling it as far as you want and have a contest that way. So you can use a hacky sack or a ball or a 50-50 cord. There's a game that Dakotas used to play called shinny. They'd make like a curved stick, and they'd have a ball or some kind of puck on ice or even on the grass. So this is a game that we used to play, and I believe other tribes probably play this as well. And then I know some of my relatives out in Standing Buffalo, they're starting to play lacrosse. So they're playing games that aren't from their tribe. Like people share games. People they adopted games, and people like some games for sure could kind of more for a tribe or a gender, but normally the games I'm showing you are more for everyone and all genders, and games that tribes share together, and they still share at some of these bigger conferences. And I think that's almost at time. And if you ever want to learn these games, I can come to your community. There's other traditional games instructors. There's also people that want to scale on as well that can help. But I think that's about it. Dokshake and Anna Pekne.
Hey, Padame, Chris, thank you for sharing the teachings that go inside and coincide with traditional games and the use of the Dakota language to share those games with us. And I think it's so important that we weave in these types of games into learning and language, especially for the younger children. Especially when you have different types of learners in your classrooms. Some are visual, some are auditory, some are kinesthetic. So getting them out of the classroom, getting them involved in land-based education, and including traditional games like this, would really help bridge that understanding of language, culture, and language and traditional preservation. So good luck with all your work there, Chris, and thank you so much for sharing. Our next presenter, our workshop, will be from Elder Hartland Goodtrack, Lakota, and the title of this session is Almost Asleep. Hartland Goodtrack is Lakota, from the Wood Mountain Lakota Nation. Born in 1938, Hartland was born in the Wood Mountain and delivered by his grandmother. When Hartland was 5 years old, his grandmother passed and his grandfather raised him. He worked construction for a grain elevator that took him from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. Working in Fort Qu'Appelle, he met his wife Evelyn, where they settled and had 3 children. With one Lakota First Nation in Saskatchewan, with just over 300 members and only 2 speakers left, 1 fluent, the Lakota language and way of life with ceremonies is in critical danger here in Saskatchewan. The hope is that through this workshop, there might be a hope once again for this language not to let it sleep. Please welcome Elder Hartland Goodtrack.
Hello, my name is Melody Wood, and I am from Little Pine First Nation. I also work at the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre, and I manage the Cultural Resource Department as the Indigenous Knowledge Systems Researcher. Today, we have Hartland Goodtrack here. He is from Wood Mountain Lakota First Nation, and I'm going to ask him first to introduce himself in the Lakota language.
Mitako e pire. Ia te hila e mati e pire. Taku I mai o kapte sa. Taku wiksi e tena ia wogala kapte. Ia wogala kinkte. My name is Hartland Goodtrack. I'm from Wood Mountain, Lakota First Nation. I was born and raised there. I spent approximately 22 years there. And I don't know how many years I've lived in Standing Buffalo now. 50 years or so. But I'm still a band member of the Wood Mountain Lakota First Nation. I still speak my Lakota language, even though I haven't spoken Lakota language for 40 years or so. So when I was working out in the country, I worked with people with natives, but we didn't speak any native language. But I still haven't forgot the language.
Thank you. So what we're going to do here today is talk a little bit about the Lakota language. But first, to give some people some context, we'll talk about your life story. So could you share with me and talk a little bit about your grandparents?
My grandparents, okay. No?
Yep.
From the stories I heard, I was born October 11th, 1938, and that makes me 83 years old now. And I was told when I was born, I was born in a reservation, and I was delivered by my grandmother. And they figured that 10 years from now, 10, 20 years from now, who's going to look after them? So they thought if they raised me 10, 20 years from now, I'll be able to look after them. I do all these chores. But my grandmother, I remember a little bit of my grandmother. Funeral. She passed on when I was 5. I was supposed to have been 5 years old. So there, I lived with my grandfather till I was 17, and that's when he passed on. I had a good life, I figured.
What were their names?
My grandfather was, his English name was Tom Goodtrack. And I gathered up a story one time when they were negotiating for a reserve in and around, well, I don't know when it started, 1880s, and I don't know how many years it took before they got a reserve. And when they were put on a reserve, they were putting their names down. And my grandfather's name was, at that time Lakotas only had one name. It's like Sittenbull, that was his name. Wooden Horse was his name, was one family's name, one guy's name. When from what I gathered was when the government or whoever was writing their names down, who's going to live in a reserve, who's moving from Moose Jaw to Wood Mountain. And they asked my grandfather, what is his name? Well, his name was Oyewashte, that's Goodtrack, in Lakota. What does that mean? I guess he said, it means, I guess they told him, my grandfather didn't speak English, but the interpreter said that means Goodtrack. Okay, his name is going to be Goodtrack. And how they give him his Tom Goodtrack, I don't know. That I never heard. But his name was Tom Goodtrack.
And he was from Wood Mountain, correct?
He was from Wood Mountain, but he was, from what I gathered was, he was born and raised in Sunny Buffalo Reserve in the 1860s or 70s. And one story I haven't got is how he got to Moose Jaw. When the Sioux, I don't know what you call it, I don't know if I should call it, say, surrendered or decided to go back to the States. When Sitting Bull's tribe decided to go back to the States in the 1880s, or I don't know, maybe 70s or 80s, there was a bunch that stayed back. They weren't going to go back to the States. They stayed back in Canada. Canada was their country anyway. And that's what they said. That's a story I heard them talking about. They were born and raised in, some of them were born in Canadian side because they go on the Canadian side in the winter, in the summer. In the winter they go south into Montana because it's a little warmer. And summertime they come to Wood Mountain because there's a lot of, no matter where you go, there's springs and water running water and everything. And they can, there's hills and wood to burn. That's how they lived for thousands of years. This bunch wasn't going to go back, and they decided to stay. And they ended up, of course, there's no more buffalo then to eat, to hunt and eat. So and the Moose Jaw was coming up, and from what I gathered was they were kind of welcomed in the city, south of the city, but it used to be called Wild Animal Park. And they lived there in the winter. In the spring, they'd go to Wood Mountain, and all there was to hunt was antelopes. How my grandfather was born and raised in, he talked a little bit about Fort Capel. How he went to Moose Jaw and met my grandmother when they were young, I don't know. That I didn't get the story. But my grandfather met my my grandmother in Moose Jaw, and then he joined the Lakota tribe there. And when they negotiated a reserve in Wood Mountain, he joined them, and of course the government didn't know that he was he should have been a Standing Buffalo tribe. He was from the Standing Buffalo. Because Standing Buffalo was already, the reserve was already settled in Fort Capel. And he joined the Lakotas, and he moved to Wood Mountain. And he accepted I remember them talking about they accepted oxes and plows and farming machinery from the government so they can start farming. And that's what my grandfather did. And my uncle was, they had a daughter and a son. My mother's name was Pearl. I hardly seen her. She passed on when I was 13. And George, he passed on when I was about 30. He lived till he was 70 anyway. And my grandfather started farming there. And when I was 10, 12 years old, I seen these machineries. There's a walk-behind plow and a disc and a drill and more machine, all these machines sitting there. So I asked my grandfather one time, who belongs to these? And then he started telling me, I forgot most of it, what they said. They were given to them when they moved, when they accepted a reserve in Wood Mountain. And they promised, the government promised them oxes and farming machinery. So he took some. He took a couple oxes, and he already had horses, and took the machinery, and he started farming until in the 1930s. What they used to call the dirty 30s, dry years. I think he quit then. Of course, he was getting up in age too. And he might have expected my Uncle George to take over, but he didn't. He had other stuff to do. He worked on a section, CPR section, railroad track. He worked there for years. I remember him working there when I was about 10 years old. Or even earlier, younger than that. He must have worked there for 10, 15 years. So he didn't bother farming.
So if we just kind of go back for a second. So your parents gave birth to you, but your grandparents wanted to adopt you so that when they raised you and you got older, then you would be able to care for them.
Yeah.
But shortly after going to live with your grandparents, your grandmother passed away and you grew up with your grandfather.
Yeah, I grew up with my grandfather, yeah.
Then at age 17, he passed away.
On, yeah.
And then you actually started working for the grain elevator, correct?
When I was 22.
22.
Oh, I worked for the farmers around Wood Mountain there. One year I came to Moose Jaw and I got a job, found a job. And I worked in Moose Jaw for a year. When I was 17, 18, then I went back to Wood Mountain. And I started working. There was a lot of work on the farm, yeah. Working as a farmhand or looking after cattle, feeding cattle in the wintertime. It was a lot of work. So that's what I did till I was 22.
When you were growing up with your grandfather, how far were your closest neighbors?
Neighbors was one bachelor lived half a mile away. His name was Albert Hawk. And then my friend Gus, he lived about a mile away. And another neighbor down there.
So it might have been weeks before you actually saw anyone besides your grandfather, correct?
Right, yeah.
So you only had each other to speak Lakota to?
Lakota, yeah. My grandfather didn't speak English. He hardly spoke or didn't want to speak English. But he got along with ranchers on there. He used to sell pickets, and how he made deals, I don't know. But when I was a little older, I used to interpret it for him. I was learning to speak English a little faster than he can. He didn't want to learn, or he just didn't want to speak.
And so then, once you moved, or once your grandfather passed and you were out in the world on your own, then you didn't actually speak Lakota for many, many, many years, correct?
Right, yeah.
About 40 years?
At least. Well, when I was living in Stunning Buffalo, they're all passed on now. There's a few guys there that used to speak Dakota. There's no difference in Lakota or Dakota.
Okay. So you're now out in the world, and then it was while you were working in Fort Capel that you met your wife, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you share a little bit about your family?
My family?
Yes.
My mother?
Your wife and your children.
Oh. Well, first of all, we lived in Muska for about a year. When we first lived together. She lived in, she worked in, what do you call that place? Training school?
Yeah, in Worcester.
Yeah, she worked there for about a year.
Couple of years.
And then we lived in Montreal. Then we moved to, where to, Regina?
Fort Capel.
Fort Capel, yeah.
And how many children do you have?
Three daughters.
So if we take a look at your life, there wasn't really anyone around except your immediate family to speak Lakota with. And at the age of 17, you were then on your own and you didn't speak Lakota for many, many, many years. But still over that time, I know that you've shared with me before that you still remember Lakota, but there are words and phrases that you are forgetting, correct?
Yeah. Well, I used to go back to Wood Mountain on a week when I was working on the farm there. There was still a couple of guys that used to speak Lakota, and when you talk to them, you don't speak one word of English. I think this one guy used to, he can read and write in Lakota. But I did ask him, where did he learn to read and write? But we never speak English when I go and visit him.
Mm-hmm.
I speak Lakota.
So now, if we take a look at Wood Mountain today, how many members are there?
I think there's close to 300 scattered all over BC, Alberta, Manitoba, probably in Toronto.
Okay. And
Ontario.
I apologize, sorry. How many members actually live on reserve?
There's one. Probably 15.
Okay. And of those 300 members, how many are you aware that can speak Lakota?
I don't think none of them can speak Lakota.
And of all, like, in previous discussion, if I recall correctly, you had mentioned that there are 2 Lakota speakers left?
Yeah, me and my cousin. I'm sure he could speak. He used to be able to speak pretty good, like I do. I don't think he's forgotten.
I remember you sharing with me one time that you've had the opportunity to go into the States and visit Lakota people there. And I believe that you said that when they talk to you, they say that you speak the old Lakota.
Yeah, that's what they mentioned. One time I was speaking where was this? South Dakota.
Yeah.
And you heard, or somebody said, he's speaking the old Lakota.
But that's more than once. Remember on that ride, Jim, Red Eagle, he heard you talk and he said he wants to visit with you when COVID's over because you speak the old Lakota way.
Yeah. Well, I speak what the Lakota spoke 100 years ago. And things might have changed a little bit after. Some words might have changed quite a bit.
So in thinking about that, so in Saskatchewan and in all of Canada, there is one Lakota nation, 300 members scattered all over Canada.
Yeah.
A handful of people left living on the reserve with 2 speakers left. So the Lakota language, at least in Canada, is in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, in thinking about that, SICC, of course, we are responsible to help revitalize and retain languages. And you and I have been involved in a project going back the last couple of years. Maybe we'll start by if you could share your recollection of some of the things that we've been working on.
The things, the language that I know.
Mm-hmm. So we've spent many hours sitting down, and you've been sharing your life story with us. We were hoping to get some ceremonial and cultural stories, but you have shared with me that growing up, your life was mostly about survival, but you are a pipe holder, correct?
Yeah.
How did that come to be?
One band member became a chief about 12 years ago. Yeah, 12 years ago. And he came to some meetings, I think, and he's been to pipe ceremonies. And he knows that Wood Mountain didn't have nobody with a pipe and no pipe ceremony. So somehow he got a guy from Standing Rock, I think it was. Cheyenne River, yeah. To come and bring a Chinopa and teach us how. And they gotta get one guy to be the pipe carrier. And he picked me. All of a sudden, so I asked him, why me? Well, he said, you're the only one that could speak Lakota besides him. None of us know how to speak Lakota. We're going to have a pipe carrier in this reserve. trying to bring the tradition back.
Okay.
And we picked you because you're the one that could speak Lakota, and none of us can. That must have been about 12 years ago so I said, okay. So this guy brought the pipe from Cheyenne River, was it, or something?
Yes.
And showed us everything.
We've also spent a lot of time with various SICC resources and some actually outside of SICC, and just like translating as much as we can. So SICC, we have a few resources. There was Teaching Sacred Language, First Nations Languages Dialogues, and then our 15 short story writing contest winners. We translated all of those. We actually went onto the Gift of Language and Culture website and translated everything on that website. We also talked about as much kinship terminology that we could. And then we also talked about the Wood Mountain Lakota First Nation and sacred sites, traditional place names in and around the area. So we've spent a lot of time together. It was actually when the pandemic hit, we couldn't meet anymore.
No.
And today is the first day that we're seeing each other since.
Yeah, I think it's kind of coming back. The pandemic, or what do we call it?
Yeah.
COVID is coming back. It's stronger than ever, I think.
Yeah.
It's on the reserve right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we've definitely got to be very careful. So as we can see throughout this entire workshop, we're seeing that the Lakota language is almost asleep. But SICC, we're doing what we can to help keep it alive.
Mm-hmm.
But in thinking about your family and your community and all Lakota speakers, what are your hopes when you think about the future for the Lakota language?
My hope is, I hope I live long enough so I can teach my grandchildren. Even that's hard to do.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for joining me today. If you just want to say thank you and goodbye to everyone.
Taku imaya ko, pila maya, pila, washte wala ke.
Palamia Elder Heartland Goodtrack and Melody Wood for that great interview. It's just really heartbreaking to see such the language at such a danger here in Saskatchewan, but the ray of light and the hopes that Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre could provide some help to those people in Wood Mountain area and to help people like Elder Heartland Goodtrack preserve their language. I think that's just such a great noble cause that SIC is involved in, and good luck with all your endeavors. We're going to go into introducing our next workshop facilitator. Our presenter is Juanita MacArthur Big Eagle, Nakota. The title of this workshop will be Language, Land, and Gardening. Juanita Big Eagle is from Pheasant Rump First Nation. She's the mother, Kushi, a land and language advocate. Juanita is an elected leader in her community. She has numerous years in the health field and is currently working on advancing land-based language and how to encourage others to bring more language into their homes. With the loss of our language, many of our speakers, especially, are women. She connects with Mother Earth and the environment, working outdoors, camping, gardening, picking and preserving medicines with a focus on traditional food and the inclusion of medicines in our daily cooking. She hopes to live off the grid and have a Nakota cookbook for all to use when strengthening our roles in the home around food and focusing on diabetes. This workshop will talk about the Indigenous gardening and its connection to both the land and language in Waneta's Nakota community. Diabetes, diet, language, and the land are all connected, and especially with the Indigenous food and language. We are all responsible for our languages and our ties to the land. With the Indigenous garden, the process of the garden initiative, COVID slowed the process of the garden initiative, but it did not hinder the soul to keep it connected. These people work with normalizing language, from programming to the knowledge of the land. The land holds the language learning. It's all connected. Join me in welcoming Juanita MacArthur Big Eagle.
Ama washte madagiabi. Michaji wash situ Juanita MacArthur Big Eagle. Ocean Man, Hinkna, Shionite, and Wati. Good day, my relatives. My name is Juanita MacArthur Big Eagle. I'm from Ocean Man and Pheasant Drop. The concept of Indigenous gardening is more or less a hashtag, where it is our way of knowing and being and doing from the way we were taught and grew up before the interruptions of residential school. We were always on the land. We knew our connection with the food and the animals and the health benefits of it all. And how we started off in Pheasant Rump is that we had the opportunity through climate change, where we gathered some women together and asked if they were interested in reconnecting their spirit with the land. They were pretty enthused, so we jumped at the opportunity. And this was in 2017. We had a small gathering of women where we went out. We had land blessing. We had the ladies, and we had the elders blessing the land, teaching the ladies how and why we do such blessings. It is a way of life that we had to reintroduce to those that had that residential school interruption. It was there. We just didn't have a place or the proper time. But when we introduced it as a form of programming, they were more enthusiastic than a cultural or traditional lifestyle. So today it's been about 4 years, and the numbers have increased. Due to COVID, though, our numbers have been pretty minimal, just because of the ability to gather is limited. The one important piece of Indigenous gardening is the inclusion of language. Being that we're limited with speakers due to the recent death of our elders, and who those were very prominent in delivering language and offering language to us, we have to include and make amendments and try to understand how can we include language with these limitations. So in the process, we looked at the programming in through the little school, through our daycare, through our Head Start, through our parenting programs, and after school programs with our elders, with our land-based supports, and in doing so with our language coach in this school, we were able to bring in those teachings that we've had along the way. Like, every one of us have some stories of the language and the land. We just need to bring it out. So with those inclusions of our our holistic language coach, because what they do is they just encompass everything. We would take the children out to the garden, the giving garden, and give name to those plants. Like when they were picking the sage, introducing to them that pejikot. And when they'd go out and they would pick the choke cherries, they would pick Saskatoons, we would have to include that language. We were limited with the songs because our songs are still out there. They're still asleep, we call them. We try to call them when we're out. And with the women, it's very important for us to always remember that when we're out there, we're going to be visited with these songs and with these stories, and they become very emotional. And you may not make that connection, but it's because you are back on the land and that language is just trying to come to you. With the garden, we have it labeled out where we would have the placards out. Before, it used to be the root vegetables, the corn, wakmuhas, etc. But with the rain, it kind of destroyed our signs. So we're looking at the more permanent signs. And then now after COVID, we found that they just wouldn't grow there. So we're finding now it's a little giving garden where we can focus on the traditional plants that are available in our First Nation. And we do have the sage, we have rose hips, we have the blueberries, we have strawberries and gooseberries that are growing, and naming them and knowing what their properties are. So with that, from the little school, we would take those teachings out to the parents, and from the parents, we would include them into the land. And when we go to the land, not only are they learning the language, but they're also learning that they have a responsibility out here to understand what medicines and plants and everything that are available on our land. And in doing so, we practice that food sovereignty and getting them to understand that we all have and we play an important part. There was a visit that we had with song. We were out there on the land and there was this hum. Sorry. To be visited and to hear and be part of that language that lives in the land, and you felt it in your being. There's no other way to describe it. It was a shkashka, this feeling that nobody else can describe, is that a woman who carries a child, and this living entity that's within you, when you know the language is right there and it wants to come out. And in doing so, a song came out with our women where we were able to connect that with our children, because we don't have those berry picking songs. So we're thinking and we're talking like, how do we get these songs? So in doing so, I connected with my relative JR, who writes songs, and he helped develop a few of these songs and bring them out where we would sing and talk to the berries that we're looking for them. We're looking for them. Where are you? Where's the medicines? Where are you? We're looking for you. And for us to sing that when we're out. The other song that came about was the tying up your baby in that moss bag, where you talk to that baby in the language where mom and dad and your grandparents and your community and everything, Johanna, all around loves you, and you're wrapping them and getting those visits from those songs that are asleep, and being able to pass that on with our young generation gives them that inclusion of this is ownership. They own their healing, their path, their language, and their responsibility to our land. And in doing so, the language lives. It comes out in different areas, but it lives. With the COVID pause, it did create a little hiatus for us. The parents, they seem to just hive off and just focus on their families. In doing so, the giving garden, the land waited for them to revisit. We do have plans, reconnecting and coming back together, being that it's safe now to gather again. In the meantime, we've had little outings out on the land. We were out visiting the medicines. We're out letting them know that they're important, that they're out there. We gather with some of our human assets, we'd like to call them, when we can call on them for those that know where the medicines are and then how they can teach us. So this COVID pause did create some lull, but in the meantime, it helped the families focus on the importance of their family and how language does fit in with that. We had the virtual language classes. We delivered the women's dialogue, the men's dialogue, the hand signs. We had land-based learning, And all during this COVID pause, we had to just insert it somewhere. So it did continue through the COVID pause, but it did not have just particularly in the garden. It was at a standstill in the little school. But in the meantime, those parents reached out and wanted to understand, how do you dry meat? How do you dry berries? How do we put it together? Like, how did we used to do this? So all those stories still came out. All of those teachings happened. We've documented a lot on media, and together and with that information, we'd like to bring together a Nakota cookbook, step by step, with these images on drying meat, canning meat, preparing meat. We'd like to do videos on how to cook, basic cooking in Nakota, and we do have a lineup of people who are interested and who are willing to participate. We've been able to compile the medicine book. We have images, we have the Nakota word, we have the descriptions of it, but yet we left a little piece out for them to understand that they need to fill it all in. We can't just hand it over and say, okay, here it is. They need to know where it is, why it's picked, when it's picked, but it's kind of like a little guide for them. So that way they understand about the medicines as well. And from that came the elders book. Through all of that, we've seen that disrupted connection between youth and elders and how we used to transfer that knowledge. And it's so important, very important in understanding our laws, our land, and our language. You know, traditional ecological knowledge is a component that can't be overseen. And in there, it's embedded in all of our teachings, and we're protecting the land. We're encouraging language use. There's language use every time we do go out in different forms. The Elders book is a connection where we can continue that talk. And in doing so, the elders remember these old words, remember these old words. And in the manual and the elders book, they have an opportunity to write down these words and the stories that contribute with it. So in a way, it's a process where we get to know each other again. We don't go out visiting anymore. We don't go to the houses. We don't have tea and bannock. But this is an opportunity. This is an invitation to continue those talks. Setting up for the purpose of Indigenous gardening, I think if you look at programming in your band office, or if you just look at individual families, if you were to visit each family and ask their concept or their understanding of what is gardening, you'll always see and hear that Indigenous concept. You'll always hear those stories of what was involved in gardening. So reach out to your elders, reach out to community members who are avid gardeners, who are those that are out understanding the medicine, those who speak the language, those who are hunters, and even those who are standing on the side. Ask them, what are they interested in? Looking at opportunity for them, to be involved, because they may carry the language that could be a component that you're missing. For our Dakota nation, it is where we look for is those that have that language, and including them, and with the inclusion of all, looking at where you want to go. The language charter is a huge component in understanding your map of your community. You see your stories evolve. You will get a huge picture. And if you're not familiar with the language charter, I encourage you to look up and see what that entails. There has been some workshops on that, and that will help fill in the blanks. Because it's not only for Indigenous gardening, but it's also for other activities and opportunities to encourage more learning and more participation. It is a labor of love. You'll find a lot of people who are attached to the land. And with that, anything's possible. It'll grow. You just need to connect and reconnect our people once again together to each other. So that way we can encourage our youth to continue this. My work with Indigenous gardening and language and reconnecting our women back to our land is a lifetime effort. It is a labor of love. It is something that helps me along my healing journey as well. There's many stories that I carry from listening to the women and how they used to garden and what they were taught and where they used to travel. And there was a story where one of our elders from Ocean Man traveled all the way to Oxbow. And they used to travel all that way, 2 days, to get to where the Tipsina was, the turnip. And when they finally reached their destination, she would sit along the bank and they would pick for 2 days, and they would bring all these turnips home, and then they would sit and tie it together. And that's a long journey to have, to bring home the turnip. In actuality, it is something that we have to do, is remember those stories of those are seed carriers, those seeds that were planted in a different territory. She brought them back and they continue to grow in our community. And each one of us is those seeds. We need to go and we need to reach out and we need to plant and bring everything and everybody together.
Panamia Juanita, thank you so much for sharing your words of wisdom. That was so powerful. The emotion that you expressed, the vulnerability in the stories you've shared with us really will stay with us for a long time to come. Your words and thoughts about the importance of reconnecting our people to the land and gardening. There's stories in that too, and I think that's really powerful. And what you left us with was the idea that we're all seeds, right? And we have young ones in our communities that are seeds and that they can grow in our language too, and making sure that we have this for future generations. So, hi, Megwich, Benamia, Juanita, thank you so much for your teachings. So moving on to our agenda, we have our second draw now. We are going to draw for the another iPad. So, right here, you'll see this. We're not lying. Just kidding. We have a really awesome, deadly iPad for a draw today. So on your screens, you will see a code, right? Will they see a code on the bottom of their screens? So once you see that code, be that 20th person. So at the bottom of your screens, you'll see a code, and make sure you email info@sicc.sk.ca and be the 20th person. Uma, look, you can win this real awesome iPad here. So again, be the 20th person to email info@sicc.sk.ca. You could be the winner. Walk home with this amazing iPad. So you'll be one of those Zooming elders too, if you're one of those elders in the community, if you win this. So we are moving right along in our agenda. I will now ask Nitote Melody Wood to join me on stage to assist me in welcoming our next speakers. Astam Melody.
Tansewan.
Mananto, good day so far.
It's been miasin.
Oh, good.
I am just going to go into the crowd here for a second. Scott, do we have 6 minutes to talk here? I was hoping that you could share with me perhaps another Cree story, or, just that gap between fluent speakers and beginner speakers.
Oh, geez. I wonder if I have, rack my brain here if I have another one. There's so many, there's funny ones out there, and that's the one I really go to. It's because it's comical, right? It's the old Kokum was saying, someone from Washington, getting confused. But yeah, I have nothing on the top of my head right now.
There's one that I have.
Okay.
And I remember it was many, many years ago. My friend Brenda, I won't last name her, but she said that she was talking with one of her cousins, and her cousin didn't know Cree. And so her cousin was trying to ask her questions, and she was like, Jessica, Her cousin would ask her again, Chasqua. One more time, her cousin's like trying to ask her a question, and she was just like, Chasqua. Finally, her cousin gets mad. And she's like, would you stop calling me Sasquatch? So there's just another little story about the gap between fluent speakers and beginner speakers.
Oh yeah, and I think too, just the importance too, like I think the patience that people have to, the fluent speakers out there that you have to have with us in young, not young, I would call myself young.
Speak for yourself.
But I could say the intermediate or the novice speakers out there, because you know, like if you pronounce an A, a short A, or a long A, so if you pronounce them wrong, right? If you put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable, you know what I mean? You could just end up in trouble. Because like a couple times I've been asking my mom to like, "Pesom, peta my jacket team," but I would say it in Cree, which I sometimes don't even want to say it, because like if I pronounce the A or the I wrong with the long vowel sound, I end up swearing. So so just be careful out there and have patience with us young speakers, or novice speakers, I should say, when we're learning.
All right, I'm just going to check in here real quick again. Scott, are our next presenters ready to go? All right. Okay, so I guess we'll get into it. Our next presentation is what we call a First Nations Language Keepers add-on. This particular year, we have featured language speakers from within our own home province here. But we did want to bring in a guest presentation, and we've titled it the Voices in the Wind guest presentation. And joining us today will be Christy Belcourt and Isaac Murdoch. They are from the Métis and Ojibwe language groups. The title is Life at Nimki Ajbagong, Building a Language, Culture, and Arts Village. Warren, do you want to carry out Christy's biography?
Absolutely. So Christy Belcourt is Michel from Manitou, Sagaigan, Lac St. Anne, Alberta, is a mother, artist, environmentalist, water defender, and advocate for Indigenous languages, peoples, and lands. She's a traditional person who believes in the great power and mystery of the earth and spirit world. Christy is a critically acclaimed artist who has led many national recognized community projects and has won many awards. But as a grassroots leader and organizer, she stays firmly rooted in the rising movement of Indigenous peoples for lands and waters. Her concern and compassion have always been for the people, the animals, and the earth.
What an amazing woman.
Mm-hmm.
Next up is Bamgajik. I am sorry if I mispronounced that. Isaac Murdoch, who is from the Fish Clan of the Serpent River First Nation. He is a dad, bushman, hunter, artist, storyteller, musician, and traditional knowledge keeper. Isaac is an environmentalist, revolutionary activist, and fierce defender of the lands and waters. He is a student of the stars and pictographs. His images, like his stories, reflect his deeply held beliefs in the great spirit of the earth. He has won awards and is recognized internationally for his doodles, as he calls them, but he is an artist. But to him, none of that matters. What matters is that climate change is rising, and we all need to act now.
So the abstract of this session, we are going to chat with both Christy and Isaac about their journey and elders and youth from communities along the north shore of the Lake Huron, where they built a Nimki Ajbagong. Thank you, Melody, and sorry about that pronunciation. A language and cultural revitalization camp 3. Both are advocates and learners of the language. Their passion for the land and languages informs everything they do.
Okay.
Oh, there they are.
There they are. Hello, Christy and Isaac.
Hello, Tanse.
Manato.
All right, everyone. Astam, Pitagwe, Ape, Let's listen to Chrissy and Isaac. We're going to start off with our first question. Can you share with us how this village came to life and help us imagine what a day in the life is like at Nimki Ajbagang?
Okay, Ani Bojo, Mazanapkan Gay Go Abe in Dishnakaz, Ginabe Guk Shabiga Ajwat in Donjaba, Ganoje in Do Dem, and Ishnabe Nini in Dao, Nimki Ajbakong Nin Da. My name is the man who paints the rocks, but not just any man, a man that is like an animal. And my village is called the place where the serpents are painted on the rocks. And of course, you know, I'm Ojibwe, a Nishnabek, and I live at Nimki Ajbakong. And I remember years and years ago, you know, the old people used to talk all the time. And they'd always say that this land holds many, many treasures and gifts for us. And that those are the presents for us. That the land holds many presents and gifts for us. And one of them was the language. And they always felt that it was important to get away from the reserve and have a place in the forest where they could, you know, rekindle the languages, the way of life, our way of belief, our worldview, and to reconnect to those special gifts that await us in the forest. And so the vision of Nimki Ajbakong started way before I was born. It's probably started when the Canadian government kicked in. Because all through childhood, that's all they ever talked about was, you know, going back into the forest. And there was people like all over in my travels that talked about this. Like Ellen Moves Camp, you know, of South Dakota. She always talked about this, and her son Sam. There was Peter O'Cheese, you know, always talked about that. There was elders like Dennis Thorne, you know, the well-respected Michif elder, who talked about that as well. There was Bobby Woods. You know, he was from the Yukon, Pelly Crossing. He always talked about that. There was, you know, David Roberts from Kukumanani, who talked about these things. And there was all of the grandmothers, you know, there's lots of them that talked about, you know, having a place where we could go in our own lands, under our own governance, our own Chinaknagewanin. And they felt that it was important for us to take the land back. Because when we take the land back, we take our language back. And so this was just, my grandmother was very, very fierce on this idea. She says, we're not supposed to be herded like cattle on the reserves. That's what they did to us. We come from Shkakamekwe. We come from the land. And so Nimki Ajbakong started from them. They're the ones that did the ceremonies. They're the ones that sundanced and fasted for this to happen. And I seen them. They were old and they were doing that. Always praying for that all the time. And, you know, so a bunch of like-minded people got together and we decided to try and do this and to do it without government funding. And so we got together and we started to fundraise. We started to do what we could. We all lived in tents when we first started. We didn't have nothing. And so that's what we did. We all started living in tents. And the next thing you know, things started just over time, they started to develop. And it was the first time that I can say that I had my own home was at Nimki Ajbakong. because before I was always living, on people's couches or in bush shacks or tents or things like that. So it became my home, and the people here consider it their home too. And so Nimki Ajbekong is really just a continuation of the vision of the elders from long ago. And so everything was rooted in the ceremonies. Everything was rooted in the offerings. We always made sure that we gave back all the time. And it was a lot of hard work, but to live up to the elders and what they're saying, we have to take our land back. Meanwhile, we have to take these things back because it's how we're going to survive. And so Nimki Ajbekong is part of the Onwigitchgewen, the stories of the future, that our people will return back to the forest and they'll reclaim all the things that the government took away from us. That we'll have it all back, and we'll go back to the forest, and we'll start picking up our presents, our gifts in the forest. And that's Nimki Ajbekong. It's about the rekindling of who we are as Indigenous people on the land, and language is the glue that holds it all together. And as many of you know, the Indian Act has been so instrumental in removing Indigenous languages because it forces people into the globalization of Western education, into the assimilation of the Canadian politic. It creates these man-made economies that are not connected to the land, and it deadlocks us into poverty politics, and it's like choking. It's like choking us. Like there's the language just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And now it's at the point where the kids don't speak. It's where the adults don't speak. Nobody speaks it. And the elders were right in their vision. They were right to say that. They were right to Sundance for that and to fast for that. I remember seeing this old lady. She was Sundancing for this, for people to go back. And I remember on the third day, she fell down, and she was so hot, and her skin was so red, and I had to take her out of the Sundance because she was gonna die. And she said, "No, leave me in here. I want to die for our language." And I remember taking her into the lodge and giving her water, and I told her, "Not today." I said, "Just not today." But that's how serious it was when I was growing up. And I'll never forget that. And, the globalization of Western education doesn't leave any room for our language. And so we filter our kids through this system, and they don't come out language speakers. They don't come out a land-based people. They don't come out free, the Benzoin. They don't come out roaming the forest and the lands as a free people, like how it was a long time ago. And so we felt that Nimki Ajbekong would be important. The elders felt it would be important so that we could have our freedom back, to be who we actually truly are, to develop our gifts, to develop our strengths, and to start re-educating. Because we had a very high discipline of education It was so highly disciplined that we could live on this earth without a garbage can. That we could live on this earth and leave it the same way we found it, without compromising anything. We had our own legal system, our own education system, our own healthcare system, our own judicial system, our own governance. And that was all tied together and weaved together through Anishinaabemowin, through the language. That's the glue. That's the gorilla glue that holds everything together and makes it strong. So we know that in order to get back, to go back to not how we were. Maybe that's not possible right now, but we have to start taking back what was taken away from us. And we have to start to, listen to the elders. Abdekwi Baskabing Anishinaabe Adso Nikia. They told us the instructions are already laid out. They always said we're going to have to go back. One day they said, well, we're going to have to go back. So we all figured, well, what? Let's just do it now. Let's go get in the bush now. What are we waiting for? It's climate change already. Frickin' world is falling apart at the seams here already. I don't know what are we waiting for? Like the world to actually start on fire and not stop? So we were like, let's go, the time's now. We need to start producing climate leaders. We need to start producing, leaders that are going to know this land inside out like the back of their hand. The sacred places. All of those things that keep us alive during hard times. So when I was a kid, we were educated to know where these places were and what lived there. So for example, we knew where the Bnabe Kwayak lived, the mermaids. We knew where the Genebeguk lived, the serpents. We knew where the Nimki Benesiwak lived, the thunderbirds. We knew where the Pahisak, the Bagojaniniwak, the Memegwesiwak, those little peoples. We knew where those nations of people lived. All across this land it was rich. And during times of war and famine and sickness, we would go there. And of course, we would give offerings to survive. And so part of Nimki Ajbekong is to get back to understand that way of life. To understand that we're just guests here on Shkak McQuay, this earth. And that, they always said, always, don't be bothering the ground. There's beings that live in the ground. If you dig up that power, it's going to destroy everything. That's not our world to bother. There's monsters that live in there. Hoo-hoos. And that they can destroy everything. So where I come from, there's a lake in Salgamagaming. And there's a tunnel system that goes to Kopkikmiksing. Then it goes to another place called Mindigwayasin. Then it goes to Genebekuk Shibigajwat. Then it goes to Genebek Niashing. And this tunnel goes to Shkodeing. Then it goes to Asinkik. Then it goes to Dashkopkok. Then it goes to Bodashkaying. And this tunnel that keeps traveling, it goes to Matigog Zibing. Asini Swasening. Then it goes to Quikwigzhuang. And then from there it goes to Nodwe Gojing. And then to Ajdop Kissining. All those places is where that tunnel comes up. And there's beings, there's things that live in those waters there. Powerful beings. But that's also where the Musanabiganan live too. The spirit paintings. So we were always told that that's how we're going to survive. It's not going to be the government. The government is going to try to kill us. But we have to return back to that land and the spirits of the land if we're going to survive. And our language is going to help us. The language is going to save us. The language is the one. Giken mana nik. Gawin wikah minden ziniwan. Gnak nagawin nananin. The government, the laws of the land have been broken. They've been shattered. And now everything is being destroyed. So the language to me is medicine. It's going to help bring everything. It's going to make us strong. And it's going to, like I said, it's the thread that brings us everything together. So that the animals are not completely wiped out. And Chinachigasawa, Kinege go and Chinachiga de Mampi Aking. Because everything is being destroyed. So me, I see how language and spirit and our spirit is all wrapped into one. It's all a part of what makes us who we are. And all the gifts that are out there, of course, are also tied to the language. And the reason why I'm talking so much is because that's what Christy wanted. She said, you talk first and I'll talk second. So that's what Nipki Ajbakong is about. It's about reconnecting. It's about returning back to not just the language and the land, but the whole world view of who we are as people on the land. And that's the gift that the elders left us. That's the gift that they wanted to give us. And say, look at all the presents out there. Look at all the beautiful gifts that are out there. Go. Put down your tobacco. And go. Don't look back. So that's what we kind of did. And it wasn't easy, it was hard. Because you know how Indians are. As soon as you try to do something, everybody's trying to fight you. Everybody turns into a ninja. You know, as soon as you try to do something good, all the ninjas come out of the darkness. But you know what? We stayed steady on our mission. We stayed steady and said, no, we're not going to let the ninjas take us out. And we just kept working and kept working and kept working. Anakia. And we kind of fell apart a little bit as we did this. I know I fell apart at the seams one time. There was so much work and so much responsibility. So then Christy would step in and just crank her really good. And then we take turns just kind of like falling apart and like and like picking each other up and doing the work that was needed. It's not easy when you got ninjas trying to attack you all the time. And that's what the old people said. As soon as you try to do something good, the ninjas are going to try to get you. But just keep on your path. That sacred path, Wabanomikan, is a very sacred path. The red road. The sun never takes a step back. It keeps on going. So of course, you know, we were told never take a step back. So sometimes when we put on our beautiful face paint in our ceremonies, we're reminded of that through that ornament, through that sacred paint, that we have to keep going no matter what. Because if we want a better world for our children, we're the ones that have to make it for them. We cannot rely on other people to make this world beautiful for our children, for our grandchildren. It has to be us. We are the chosen ones. For some ridiculous reason, we are the chosen ones that have to put up with all this monkeying around and trying to decolonize and trying to take land back and trying to do everything. But you know what? It's worth it. It's worth it. It's beautiful. And so that's, to me, the struggle was worth the gift that the elders were talking about. I can't even explain the gift of Nimkiajwikong because we have people here. We have beautiful elders, beautiful young people. We have a small little community. And you know what? We're pretty solid. And it's a gift. It's very, very beautiful. And so I'll just stop there and let Christy give a good crack at this. Nahao, miigwech, miwe.
Tansay Christine Zikeson, Nimkiajabikong, Ekwa, Espanola, Ontario, Miigwech no weekend. I'm really, this has been a long time in the making. Like we were supposed to come to Saskatchewan and be part of this conference. And so thank you, Melody and your team for the perseverance of having us on, keep inviting us back year after year until finally we're here. So this is great. And it's kind of neat because when you first invited us to come on to this, the language conference, Isaac and I are, and the people at the camp, the younger people at the camp are all language learners. We are dedicated, avid, lifers, language learning lifers. And if you're a language learner, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's not easy. It's very, very difficult. It requires a lot of time, dedication, determination. You have to become a language nerd. You gotta kind of really like it in a nerdy way. And so we are all very, very dedicated and determined. And so building the camp Nimkiajabikong was, as Isaac explained, there's a long history to it. My grandparents spoke Cree. They never spoke the language to my dad and his siblings. That's a very common story across the board from that generation. So many people can resonate with that, the idea that their parents or their grandparents didn't speak the language to the next generation because they thought that they were going to help them get ahead somehow. And then here we are in my generation, just starving for it, just struggling for it so hard. So the first thing I want to say is anybody who speaks the language who's fluent, speak it to your kids and your grandkids. Holy, don't speak English at all. Just only speak the language to them. Give them that gift of language so that they don't have to grow up and be 54 years old as I am, sitting here for 10 years being a language learning lifer, trying to get the language back again. But it's really rewarding in terms of the camp. We built the camp. We started doing the fundraising and stuff. And one of the elders in the area said, "Hey, where are you guys going to live if you live out there? Because it's going to get hard in the winter and people are not really accustomed to staying in tents and stuff much and without running water and things like that." We still don't have running water, but so we started building, we started fundraising, and now we're up to 6 cabins. We've got a cook shack, we've got our lodges, and we've got a beautiful language now. We're just on the last stages of a language learning studio and traditional arts space. We don't do anything by the calendar. You know, this is really important too, is that the land governs. It governs everything. So, you know, if we lived according to how the land requires us to live and how the environment needs us to live and how this earth needs us to live, we would live according to the laws of the land. And that's what's required. And so when we're there, it comes into conflict. When you're trying to do land-based learning, you will always find that there's a conflict between the calendar life and the land-based calendar. So the natural laws of the land are seasonal. You do things when things are ready. You know, you can't make maple syrup if the sap isn't running. You can't blueberry pick unless the blueberries are ready. So everything is changing too because of climate change, because of the climate crisis. So things are starting to shift and change. Things are not acting as they were before. You can't predict when the sap is going to run as maybe you once could. So you have to be able to be flexible. You've got to move. You've got to be able to do things when things are ready to happen. And that runs into conflict with the 9-to-5 school and Monday to Friday school, you know, education. And so there's land-based education and there's school education. And sometimes those two can't get along because of these because of the natural laws and the natural seasonal changes. So when we're doing our thing, we're really trying to push back against the idea of programs and services and fitting things into weekends. And, you know, if you want to learn how to make a quill basket, you've got to learn when do you get the birch bark. You have to learn how to process that birch bark, what kind of birch bark. Then you've got to learn how to flatten it so that it's ready to go when you need it. Then you have when the quills are ready, you know, you've got to wash them and you've got to do all that. When you go get the porcupine quills, or when you're lucky to come across one, maybe a live one, if you can't get them, and unfortunately a roadkill, you know. So you've got those things. Then you've got the sweetgrass picking time. So you've got to get that, you know, when it's time to pick the sweetgrass. There's a whole lot of teachings around seasons and around when things are ready just to do a quill basket. When people show up to do workshops and they've got the quill basket ready and they've got their words on a list and they've got their sweetgrass picked for you, you're not really, that's not creating the kind of elders that we're going to need. You know, I think about the babies that are being born now, and I think about how important it is that those babies that are being born now have elders like what we were lucky to have. And if we don't jump on this now, what kind of elders are going to be there for the future generations? Are they going to have that land-based, in-depth land-based knowledge? We have to value our own education systems. That's part of the problem, is that we look to the white man's education system as being the important one to have. And so people will often say, oh, you can have land-based education or language land-based education, but we need both. We need both, they'll say. And my question is, well, show me both. Show me where we've had both. Because right now it's 99% white education and 1% ours, really. We don't have both. We put the emphasis on making sure our kids are in school all the time, but we don't put equal emphasis on making sure our kids are on the land and learning the language. So having white man's education might be important, especially if you're going to be a doctor, if you're going to go into that kind of field, scientists. We need all those kind of people too. So it's not like I'm saying don't do that, but I'm saying strategic wise, we're not being smart in our communities when we're watching our languages dwindle away to nothing. And at the same time, we're insisting our kids go to school, you know, all the time to learn English and French, be immersed in English and French. And it's not just being immersed in English and French, it's being immersed in the thinking, English and French thinking. You know, this is what we really have to ask ourselves strategically, what is the best course for our communities? And how are we going to ensure that we have children as first language speakers again? We're never going to do it with 1,000 beginner classes, learning how to say nouns like, beaver and, a misk, squaw. We're never going to be able to pass the language on like that. What about the spiritual language too? What about the language of the land? What about those kinds of deeper, like old languages and the words that are not really found in dictionaries? What if we don't have our children being immersed in these things? Send a bunch of kids off to learn from elders on the land in a full-time basis. How are we going to have the kind of elders that we were blessed to have for the next coming generations? So just thinking about that, that's what, I don't know, we've built our camp now. I feel really great about what we've done so far. We've, like Isaac was saying, a couple breakdowns, we help each other out, all those things. And the ninjas, the ninjas coming in online, the ninjas coming in, you never know. It's just, you just got to do what you got to do. But I feel really proud of what we've done. We've built a whole camp, and now we've been learning all the way along. There's a couple of youth that are at the camp full time. That's their land, it's their territory, and there they are. When I hear them speak with some of the elders, even though we're just learners, I hear them speak, and they're just beautiful. It's beautiful to hear them speak, and the elders are so proud of them when they're trying to speak the language and to have little conversations with them. And this is what makes it all worth it. Is land-based learning the only form of language education that is of value? No, absolutely not. Every single form of education for language is important, including classroom education, including grammar, including listening, including it's like you have to get it everywhere you can. We can't at this point reject any kind of learning or say one type of teaching or learning is superior than the other. We should embrace every single kind of learning of language that we can possibly get our hands on. And so we're doing well. Would I say that we've been successful in producing language speakers at this point? No. Because language learning and speaking is a long-term thing. We've been at this for 4 years. We've been primarily focused on building while learning the language. Now that we're almost done the building, our plan is to open it up and start to really focus on going full on with language learning. So, check back in with us in a couple of years, see how that's been going. Plus, COVID kind of put a sort of a sock in it in a way, like we couldn't really do much because of that. We had to kind of close things down like everywhere did. So, we'll see where we're at. But yeah, that's my message. If you're a language speaker, oh man, speak it all the time. Just don't even pity the English speakers who are struggling. Just, immersion with your kids and your grandkids. Give them that gift if you can. They'll really appreciate it later in life. So with that, I'll just say hi, Kanaskomintin, and Nanaskaman.
Thank you so much. That was a great, in my mind, I could just visualize the camp and some of the different things that you do there. So thank you for that. I know Warren has another question here for you.
Yeah, no, nanaskom din for all your knowledge. And one of my questions originally was, like how the language and culture and art, how does your language, culture, and art village govern itself? But through both your conversations and your what you were explaining to us, you talked all about that. You talked about land governs us. Like the time, the seasons. You can't do anything without that. So that in itself, it kind of answered that part. But I think just moving on, you did make a note though about you don't receive any government funding. I guess onto that, how then do you sustain yourselves in your village?
You want me to do this, Isaac? You're muted.
Yeah, go for it. Give her.
Okay, so, well, we've done a lot of community, I guess it's called crowdsourcing for funding. So that we used Facebook and social media. Isaac and I have done a lot of artwork, sold that, T-shirts, and we've, I like kind of money that we get sometimes for working, doing conferences or things like that goes right back in there. Award money, things like that we've put back in, but also recently, just in the last year, it's sort of like Creator was taking care of us or something when we started having our little breakdowns from all of that. It's not easy, but when we started having these little breakdowns, the Calliopeia Foundation from the United States and the Seventh Generation Fund from the United States called us up and they said, hey, we heard about the good work that you're doing there. Could you use some help? And we're like, yeah, yeah, for sure we could. And it came just in the perfect time. So we're really grateful to them. They've helped us with particularly with the studio and the arts, the language building that we're building. It's sort of like a community space that's going to be multi-purpose. Yeah.
Awesome.
So in thinking about what you just shared with us, I understand that you have some pictures to share just to further enhance in people's minds what goes on at Nimki Ajbagon. Can you share those and talk to us about that?
Yeah, I guess I'll just hit the share screen. Now, I didn't organize them in any form, so you might see some pretty rough photos. I'm just gonna see if I can do desktop. And share. You're gonna just ignore my messy desktop, okay? It's gonna look like madness. So, okay. So you guys can see that, right? Well, I guess I have to blow it up. Do I?
Yeah, we just see your file folder. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Let's see that. There's Blanche with geese. Oh, look at that. I'm gonna have to like escape every single time. And then that's Blanche with her geese. Okay, let me see this. This is at the beginning stages of, you can see that, right? That's our
Wow.
language learning and cultural studio, or what will be, or what is now, Cedar workshop. So, oh, that one didn't turn out well. Sorry, I feel like this is such a failure in terms of like a slideshow. So we planted a garden. Oh, these are all small. Okay, softening hides, smoking hides, elder's cabin. I guess if you're looking at the big screen behind you, you can see it better, but our garden, just wait.
Yoga.
Isaac has many more better photos than I do, but okay. This one here, you can see that there, that's the building getting built. And I'll go here. This is a cedar mat that we have a lot of people that come into the camp and we ask them to come in, like very talented artists. And this is Renee Dillard. She's really well known. Her name is Wasan. She's really well known for her cedar weaving and her bulrush weaving. So she came in and showed folks how to split the cedar, how to make traditional mats.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, here's a shot of inside of our lodge, one of our lodges. So we have a lodge that is built like this, and it's long and large, and we spend a lot of time in there, as much time as we can. It's like the outside world disappears when you're in there. It feels like emails and social media and just the demands of the Western world feel so intrusive and invasive on your life. And things really slow down. You really get a sense of, you just really live with the time of, the time of the day, the weather, the seasons, And we do lots of things in there. We have ceremonies in there, but we also do activities in there. And let's see, here's a picture of, this is at the beginning when we were building that lodge. We had a lot of community people show up and start peeling logs and helping us out. That was really great. This is at the beginning when we were living in those tents and we didn't have any, at the time we didn't have any cabins yet. Let's see. And language is like always in everything that we do. So no matter what we're doing, we're constantly doing language. We're learning words. We're trying to use them with each other. We're trying to create like a language cohort amongst us. And I'll just see what else I have. One more maybe. And yeah, there's another scene. So this is like when we were outside underneath one of the tents. It was, oh God, that day was so hot. So we're just like, let's just go learn language. So this is one of our young people, Nimki. He's really gone far with his language. And so he's starting to teach us too, which is really cool. And that's about it. I think that's all I'll share for now, just to give you a little bit of an idea. Sorry, my slides were just not that great.
No, that's all good. Well, thank you for sharing. Those are really beautiful pictures.
Let's see if we could get this one going there. Watch.
Oh, man.
Too cute.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah, that's us doing our hides and stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Which one? Okay. So you're number 3?
Yeah, I asked that one.
Oh, essay. Okay. Thank you so much for sharing those. Those are beautiful. It just gives us a good visual of the amount of work it takes. You know, like when you say it takes a community, you guys are actually doing that. Like all hands on deck. So like, amazing to you guys, Akamemo, for everything that you guys are doing. That's amazing. So my question is, what you've shared with us is a way of life, daily survival. This is not a fad or something cool, but carrying out elders' wishes. What would you like visitors to know if they plan to visit the community?
I think I'd really want visitors to know that, because we do get quite a lot of visitors, that we're not a camp that's equipped for, babysitting, and those types of things, because that happens, right? It's like parents will come and just drop their kids off, and then they're gone. And so this is really we want this to be a community, family orientated initiative for a community to come in. And like I said, we're still just in the construction phase, so we haven't really got to that next part. And I think we're going to kind of define how that looks in the future. I think language for the camp has been very healing too for so many of us, because just like everybody, we've all been affected by the intergenerational effects of residential schools and trauma and those types of things. And there's a few of us in the camp that remember being apprehended by Indian agents and the trauma and all of that took place. And so language is very healing for us, but at the same time, we're not a healing camp. So if you have, if people have, we're just not equipped to deal with people that have, severe trauma problems. Because I have severe trauma problems. So like, don't be coming to my house, or we'll both be sitting there crying around together in the wigwam. So we really do want to focus on language, land-based activities, and it's very healing that way in itself. And at the same time, we have to make sure that people are safe, because there's kids, there's families. It's a very safe camp. And so that's how we're going to keep it. And, there's a time and place for everything. And this camp really is for the revitalization of our Anishinaabe Adsoin, our way of life. I think that, there's lots of people that come, but during COVID, it's really difficult because you get really awesome people that'll show up like just without saying anything. And it's like, I got my shots. And I'm like, I don't care. Do you have COVID? Like, that's all I care about, COVID has been extremely difficult for everybody. And we want to make sure that we guard and protect our language keepers. It's of the utmost importance. And so, making sure that they're safe, that COVID never touches them, never reaches them, is our highest priority right now. So we're telling visitors, like, unless you're invited and have a test saying you don't have it, then really you shouldn't be coming at this time, unless it's a coordinated effort where precautions are put in place, testing has been done, those types of things. Simply because COVID has taken out so many language speakers just in this past year and a half. And they're saying that at least, in some places it's up to 12%, 13% of the language speakers have left because of COVID. And so it's really, really important that we respect, our community protocols when it comes to COVID. And so right now, I just want to make that, I just want to double down and say that, just to make sure that people are safe, and because we need them. We need our elders here. And, many of them are getting up there, and I'm not going to say they're old because I'll get beat up, but they're getting up there in age, and we need them around for many more years. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. The things that you've shared with us today, talking about language and ceremony and the land and being a village that's governed by the land, all of that is information that people really need to take to heart. And when I have you two here before us right now, I know that I could sit and talk well into the night, probably tomorrow and a few days, just to keep learning about what life is like there. But unfortunately, we do have time constraints. So what I want to leave these last 10 minutes or so is for you. What else do you want to share that maybe we haven't asked, or something that you want to touch on that you want people to know?
I guess I'll go.
Gintam, Christy.
Okay. What I want people to know is that it's really a beautiful life to be on the land. It's hard. It requires work. And I think it's not a weekend or an off hours event. It's really important that kids be given this opportunity to live like this for a bit and experience that. And I want people to know that hard work is okay. It feels good. It feels really good when things are done together as a team. And not to, don't make any committees. It doesn't work if we do the Robert's Rules of Order and we're going to sit around a committee and we're going to, sometimes consensus is misused to say that we're going to beat somebody's idea to death until they don't feel motivated to do it anymore. Sometimes it's important to just back each other up. And when you're in a community, part of the governance of that community is to, no gossip, no trashing each other, no getting pissed off. I mean, if you're a little bit tired or whatever, go have a nap. Just don't, we have to get along with one another. We don't have to agree all the time, but we have to get along. We've got to work together. So that's my message is just bring your positive attitude and your willingness to work, to do the mundane stuff like hauling water and washing dishes is a huge part of being in a camp together. You know, doing that work and being there all the time to do the hard stuff, the dirty stuff, to haul the garbage away. All that stuff is part of it. And nobody's above one another. And if you just respect one another and you really care for one another, you can do really great things together. So, Isaac, Pintam.
Yeah, those are good. Those are very good words to live by, you know, because it makes everything so much easier. And because we're already in a hard situation. And, you know, I often think that, you know, I'm a bit of a dreamer myself. You know, I've always got my heads in the clouds or something. But I believe that, you know, we were chosen to be here at this time in history, and that this is something very spiritual that's happening to the earth and to our people. And so making our offerings, making our payments, you know, to the earth is really important. And that's what we've done all along, you know, because one day, you know, 1,000 years from now, they're going to be sitting around a fire telling this story of when the two-legged tried to destroy the entire earth. And we're the characters of that story. We're the characters of that Atsukan. And the language. And I really believe this with all my heart. The language can save our people. The language is so powerful. It's a strong medicine. It can save our people. And it can prepare us for what's coming. And in this very sacred story that we're in now, isn't this what we're supposed to be doing? Isn't this when we band up back together into tribes and go back and reclaim who we are so that we can survive? This is serious stuff. This is serious, serious stuff. And language is medicine that can really help us. So, you know, my words is to dig deep, you know, and work hard and pull through it. And, you know, and don't let the ninjas get you. Thank you, everybody. Miigwech.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Miigwech.
Great.
And get you in dumb. Thank you.
Yes, thank you both so very much, Nanaskawin, for your endeavors, and I just want to say, Akamemo, keep going, keep persevering. Like you guys said, it's hard work. Just really quickly, how would we be able to help, like people out there, with your initiative? We know that people around the community, around tuning in right now. We know that you guys do murals around the country, but are there other ways, especially during COVID, that people could reach out and help and show support?
I want to say thank you for that offer. We're good. Okay. We're really good. Okay. If anyone wants to help, go buy some trappers' tents, some little wood stoves, and give it to a young group of people who are looking to set up a camp on the land for themselves. You know, go help the next ones that need it. We're good now. You know, we're okay. And if we need to fundraise, we'll fundraise for it or whatever. But just keep praying for the language. Keep fasting. Keep making those offerings to the land. And if you're going to help anybody, fundraise for young people and or not necessarily young people, just a startup. You know, there's lots of people wanting to go out on the land and stuff, and they don't have government funding. They don't have access to funding either. So just fundraise for them and give them the startup. And each time we help somebody else, we're going to have a lot of camps across the country like this.
Thank you two so
Land
much.
back.
That was
Land
amazing
back.
and not nearly enough time ever. But Thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm going to exit off the stage and Warren is going to continue on, but I do hope to see you both sometime soon in the near future. Kinanaskumten.
Hi.
Thank you both again, Marcy, Miigwech, for your perseverance and walking the walk and talking the talk, for all the work that you do, both Christine Belcourt and Isaac Murdoch. Thank you so very much for being part of this Language Keepers Conference this year in 2021. So again, that brings us to the end of day one. Thank you all so much for staying with us all day. So much interesting people and conversations we've had throughout the day, right from our opening prayer and honor song, from our elder, from the words of our ever awesome, ever deadly elders panel. Again, thank you so much, Dinigi Miigwech. To all the elders that came out and shared some stories and your wisdom today. We want to thank, of course, our sponsors, SICC Culture, City of Saskatoon, MBC Radio. And again, we're starting again tomorrow, live here, First Nations Language Keepers Gathering. Our sacred languages walk with us. So again, thank you so very much for being with us tomorrow. We are so jazzed to be welcoming you back for tomorrow. So please have a great evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning.